Okay, okay, how am I gonna eat this? Oh, let's go balls deep, I suppose. Here we go. Mm. Mm. Oh my lord. Okay, quit. Enough of you is falling out. Jesus Christ. Mm. Mm. Burrito. Well, kind of. Some shit that my roommate made up. It'd be fucking fine. I'll tell you what. Mm. Looks amazing. It is amazing. Remember, it's like, I'm not too sure how the rice will be in it. It smells good, but I don't know how it will complement it. I'm just like, bruh, you know it's gonna be good. And of course, it's good. Banging bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. Ooh. Ooh. That sounds good. Mm. I'm just trying to kind of quietly. Is it burrito? Yeah, just how it is. Nice. Alright. I'll say once I did get done with that burrito. Drink. Drink. Yeah. There we go. But, Dios mío. I must admit today, though, I don't know what it is about insects and arachnids and everything in between today, but I was attracting everything. I don't know what the fuck I ever do, but I was kind of like basically the little savior for the bugs in the store today, apparently. Because there's a little bug that's nicknamed get the bad boys. Hold on, he's actually trying to get over here. What are you doing? Come on. You are a fucking little shit. No, over there. Hang on, what's I about to say? Anyway, so with the like, there's like this little bug called a bee fly that I found that was in our little cold case for you know, various different fucking like cold stuff that we have for like cold food and shit, like cold dinners, shit like that. It was just sitting on top of like a lid of just one of those containers. You know, didn't contaminate the food or nothing. It was just, on top of it. And I was like, oh shit. Well, I don't think this little guy wants to be hanging out here too much because it wasn't really moving a lot. It wasn't like it was dead. It was alive, but it wasn't exactly in a position to, totally be moving around and flying around everywhere. Yeah, because of being cold. Sukov, no. Come on, dude. I see you sneaking over here. But anyway, so on my first break, I went home with that little guy and let him back out of my house and let Sukov out, and, the whole shebang after that usually. And went back to work. And then while I was taking some garbage out, and then I went to the back. What are you doing? To take some garbage out, and I lift the thing up, dump the garbage in a garbage compactor thing, and then drop my shit, and I turn around. There's a big green blob, just like whoop, and just like lands right here. And I'm just like, oh shit! I just kind of sit there like, what is this? And it just lands right here. And it was a praying mantis. And I'm just like, oh, holy shit! I haven't seen one of these in like a long fucking time. It's been years since I've seen one of these guys. And I just went, oh, whoa, okay, hi, buddy. And I kind of immediately went, okay, it's cool. And was trying to kind of capture it, but it flew off of me and landed on some other shit. And I was like, oh fuck, yo, I'm gonna like run back to my department, grab that container I have for the other bug, come back and save this little guy. And then when I went back there was like pretty much like the day warehouse crew, like all of them were back there all of a sudden because the afternoon load came in. And fucking all of them were kind of like eyeballing me a little bit, wondering what I was doing, kind of like looking over some random shit. And then I saw that Mantis over there, and I went over there to go kind of scare the little guy. And they came back over with one of them kind of looking at me like, "What are you doing?" And then I kind of saw that, and I held it up, just like showing the Mantis, and they're like, "Oh," and it's like, "Oh, that's what it was. That's so cool." And and probably knew that I was, back there now, or for that reason, trying to rescue a praying mantis. But I also on my lunch break ran back home and released it here, and at least the last time I saw it, it was on my roof. So basically doing a lot of insect saving, and I've become like a bug man today. And also on my first break, after I was saving the first bug, there was a spider on my hat. There was an orb weaver on my hat, like a little baby one, about like, not even yay. A little fresh orb weaver. And, because I was about to pick it up, to put it on my head. I'm just like, oh, hey, there's a spider on my hat. And my manager happened to look at me, it's like, would you quit playing with bugs and spiders? Just kind of sitting there kind of laughing. I'm just like, I can't help it. I can't help that I just noticed these things. The step where I work right now is like freely smoked for the moment. Nice. But, I wanted to at least get that little interesting story out. So the college visit, shouldn't come and fold his top secret documents. Well, yeah, I know that. And 48 of them were empty? What? So Trump might have been giving out selling state secrets. Well, of course he was. I didn't... See, like, I fucking straight up thought that he would have, like, made copies. Oop, my bad. I thought he would have made copies of the shit. Not just, like, give the OG original shit out, because if you make copies of the fucking paper files and shit, and leave the original ones in the files and stuff, and then you just have your copies as your own personal one, there's a little bit more, there's a little bit more, accountable deniability at that point. So, care about the OG? I mean, OG as in, like, the original files. Like, you have your original top secret files that you want to give out, to different governments, like Saudi Arabia. But instead of using those original documents, make copies of them, where you can, have an original that is still, there, in the original file, not touched outside of being taken out to be copied and put back. And then your copy of the same files can be given, to Saudis and whoever the fuck. No one ever accused him of being smart. Yeah, unfortunately. I was hoping he'd be a little bit better about it, but I guess not. He's that far dimensional too. So, oh well. There's things I wish to say. Well, I guess I could. I mean, legally, especially if you're selling state secrets to a government. I mean, when it comes to the court of law and our legal system in this country, I would like to see him executed, because as a conviction of treason is sentenced and punishable by death, and can be, if not limited to even public execution, I'd say. I mean, look at fucking Nuremberg, you know? Oh, he already has. Absolutely. I mean, apparently he already did. Chances are the cat's out of the bag on that one. If it's anyone else, it would be getting treason charges. Yeah, this is like literally just anybody else that wasn't a part of the actual system. I kind of leave that caveat, because honestly, like, this type of stuff is legal in the current system, but Trump was just too stupid to do it the legal way. But again, no one has ever accused him of being smart. I'm just swallow that burrito for a minute. I made more than I anticipated. I wish someone could look at me the way it looks at that burrito. There you go. There you go. I'm washing my mouth out a bit. With tea. Ah! Fucking lid. But yeah. I know, I think the FF, before they started their, like, episode, they kind of did, like, a little bit of bantering, and actually we're kind of delving into some of this news, I think, a little bit. So, if anything, I'd definitely be worth checking out for show. I know Chris Smalls, especially when it comes to labor, there's a really good fucking, god damn it. It's like a fucking, like, I don't know how, but a splinter of the tiniest amalgamation, like right here somewhere. I saw it and I got it out in this original spot and then it moved into another spot, and now it's like annoying another part of my eye. Well, not like literally my eye. It's like my brow area. It's like, god damn it, dude. Ah, okay, yeah, I felt that. What the fuck? Am I somehow like burying it deeper? Ugh, boo. That merits a drink. On top of pseudo Labor Day too, technically. But I guess we can get into that in a minute. When we get into like the Chris Small shit, well, because actually there is a little bit of history about Labor Day that I kind of figured and knew already, but actually I found a little interesting, all things considered, with the whole idea and day behind Labor Day in itself. Because there is like there is like a little bit of truth to labor being an element to Labor Day, like the actual labor movement, because there was strikes that were pretty pinnacle that happened around this time. I forgot what they were called specifically. I think it was like it was something picnic strike. But here, I can actually go back and find it real quick. Because you can actually find this on Wikipedia. But where'd it go? Where was that part? Where did I see this part at? I know it was in here. Okay, I think it was actually right around in here, I believe. Oregon actually became the first state to, in the U.S. To make Labor Day official public holiday. Nice. By 1887. But where the fuck did it go, though? I did see it somewhere apart. Labor Day weekend, yeah. Like, Labor Day week is just literally only one fucking thing. Where it's just like, yeah, you only get one 3-day weekend instead of, like, you know, consistently. Man, where is the origins for this specifically outside of just the, it wasn't here. Yeah, whatever, it ain't that too big a deal. I know, it says right here, though, at least when it comes to, like the origin of it, or at least in a sense of, like, establishing it as a day. Because, at least it says from right here, here, actually, you know what, hold on, let me just do this. Put it up on screen and all that fun stuff. And all that fun shit. Which, the Rational did a video on how Republicans are trying to block student debt. Well, yeah, I mean, there was, I think, the Human Support did a video about that, too. Here. Here's what it says, though. There was disagreement amongst labor unions at the time about when the holiday celebrating workers should be, with some advocating continued... oh, right here. Okay. Oh, my God. Okay, it was honestly right in my fucking face. With some advocating for continued emphasis of the September March and Picnic date, while others sought to designate of the more politically charged date of May 1st. So, I mean, there's, like, some origins of, like, you know... like March and Picnic, like strikes and stuff that happen around, you know, September, as, you know, throughout the year, strikes always, you know, are going on. Usually, in some way, shape, or form. But it says conservative Democratic, well, especially at this time, but it says conservative Democratic president, Grover Cleveland, was one of those concerned that the labor holiday on May 1st would tend to become a commemoration for the Haymarket Affair. Good and based. And would strengthen social anarchist movements that backed May 1st commemoration around the globe. Good and based. In 1987, he publicly supported September Labor Day holiday as a less inflammatory alternative, formally adopting the day as the U.S. Federal holiday for the law he signed in 1894. So, it's also known as Loyalty Day and Law Day, which I don't know what any of these mean. Actually, what does this mean? What do these mean? Oh, it's on May 1st. Okay, Loyalty Day is a day set aside for the reaffirmation of loyalty in the U.S. for... Yeah, I mean... Oh, wow, dude, it was set in order to counter International Workers' Day and was conceived in the height of the second Red Scare. Well, fuck Loyalty Day. Well, fuck that day. Well, I mean, not the day itself, just fuck that, just holiday. Fuck that lame-ass holiday. It's like, you're basically not a communist. You're not for the May Day part of this day. Yeah, fucking commie son of a bitch. It's like, ew, gross, fuck you, boo. Hey, what was the other one? At least it wasn't Herbert Hoover who invented depression in a vacuum. Well, I mean, this is back in the 1880s, during the Gilded Age, so Grover Cleveland wasn't much better, dude. Like, this is during the Gilded Age of America. And Law Day, what's this? It's meant to reflect on the role of law in the foundation of a country and recognize importance for society. Before, so wait, so this is like, no, wait, hold on, yeah. Later, late Hicks Epton, for attorney of Wawoka, Oklahoma, was serving as Oklahoma Bar Association president before he became president. So this is basically just kind of like another, just random, like, this is just kind of like a meaningless, like, this, like, there's nothing that actually truly fucking, like, is signifying about that. So it's like, lol. Yeah, because it's good. It's like, boo. Can't come up with something better? At least it's like Mayday actually has some shit to it. Hell, I can even see Loyalty Day, as much as I hate it. But at least there's a reason for it. It's because it's like, fuck you, Mayday. You weird fucking worker commie mother sons bitches. So, yeah, I mean, shut up, YouTube short. Whatever the fuck you were. How did I even pop? Whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, especially with these weird chuckle fucks and shit, you know, it's like, yeah. Loyalty to what day? To America. It's just Loyalty Day. That's just what it's called. Basically, your loyalty to the society and the nation of America. That's very much what the idea is. Basically, I'm not a commie. It's like, oh, ooh, we got him there. Loyalty to your boss day. Yeah, I mean, that's what honestly this day is more or less about, because you got a lot of motherfuckers who are out there, like, busting their ass like I was, you know, today and shit, and working on a day that really, more or less, you know, supposedly is supposed to be for the worker and shit, when, if anything, this day, on top of Loyalty Day, you know, amongst, you know, other different elements of America's culture, has been done to suppress, you know, the pride of, you know, the worker, basically. And May Day is a day to, you know, for workers to have a sense of pride. You know, for May 1st. I mean, this day, you know, since, you know, despite its less inflammatory backing behind it, I mean, I view it the same way. So we should have caused mayhem that day. May Day. Like, Loyalty Day is May 1st, same as May Day. Or International Workers' Day. It was meant to literally be like, you know, it's basically meant to kind of guide people into being like, instead of celebrating this, you're actually, you know, celebrating this. It's like, what, you celebrate May Day? Nah, man, I celebrate Loyalty Day, bro. The fuck what? Yeah. I mean, well, welcome to America. Or there's some holidays that are legit just in the same day. At least like that. It's dumb. I've only ever heard of May Day, I never heard of Loyalty Day. Well, because Loyalty Day is basically the more, like, proto-American fascist idea of what fucking, you know, like, patriotism and loyalism was. Hence Loyalty Day. It was just like, yeah, you're gonna be loyal to us. Not this idea that you ought to fucking, you know, have your fair share in life. Like, you know, with May Day and stuff, fighting for, like, the 8-hour workday and remembering that, you know, struggle and stuff like that, and having commemorates over, you know, you just, fuck that. Got to have loyalty over America. Over the nation, the eagle that has its towns keeping you down. What? Keeping you up. Yeah. Making you fly high with the rest of us. So we can drop you off a cliff. What? Here, get this ball loaded up. Yeah, actually, fucking, on the for Friday today, Scotty had a really badass section for his episode. And since I was gonna check it out for the little Trump shit too, might as well get to the actual, this stuff first, you know, a little bit. Because this shit's actually legit really fucking cool. Oh, hold on. What's this? Mist running across the river. I mean, maybe? The Messiah. Holy Mies. Mises Christ. Mises Pieces. Miesifer. Have you heard the good news? Have you heard the good news? Oh my god, dude. Wow, I love it. Amazing. Amazing. What's amazing? This picture. Just back in 1941. Strike with animators with Disney at the time. And this is actually some really cool fucking shit, because honestly, like, the creativity and the artistry that they did with their strike and some of the details about it are fucking awesome.
Animators of Fleischer Studios went on strike in 1937 when Max Fleischer...
Oh, 37, my bad.
Employees, all who were part of an American art union. The Fleischer strike was eventually solved by forming the Screen Cartoonist Guild in 1938. The leader of the guild was Herbert Sorel, who was described as a tough left-winger. Sorel began a push and obtained contracts with Terry Toons, Walter Lantz Productions, Screen Gems, George Powell, and MGM. Leon Schlesinger,
Prolific.
Whose Leon Schlesinger Productions produced the popular Looney Tunes, Merry Melodies cartoons for Warner Brothers, attempted a lockout.
That's honestly kind of why funny enough, I was kind of saying the other day how with Looney Tunes there was honestly some pretty progressive shit about it. That's probably why. It's because some of the producers and the, like, creators of it were legit actual lefties.
Been to the union and then asked, "What about Disney?" What about Disney?
What about Disney?
Why do they have... Look, everyone else here has to deal with these unions. Shouldn't Disney too?
I don't know, shouldn't they?
Yeah, they gotta deal with the fucking union mob, at some point or another. Yeah, that's right. I said it.
Were the best paid and worked under the best conditions in the industry. It was discontent. In the early days of the studio, Walt Disney gave 20% of the profits of the short cartoons to his employees as bonuses. Ah, profit sharing. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Don't sound bad.
Huh?
However, Disney suspended this on the film Snow White, because although many of the employees had given Disney large quantities of free overtime during the...
And overtime too? Oh, what? Considering, like, especially for the time, it was actually, like, a groundbreaking fucking movie. I mean, nowadays, not really. But at the time, yeah, very much so. Like, huh? Like, you would expect to get that and then some a little bit, honestly, especially for making a full movie. Because back then, like, doing full movie, like, animated movies weren't, like, a thing. It was more or less, like, at maximum, like, 10-minute skits, or some shit.
Snow White would be a huge flop, and the film was unlikely to make any money.
It was ironically, a huge hit, wasn't it?
Yeah, ironically, Snow White was an enormous success.
Yeah, I mean, that was their first animated feature. I mean, it was untested waters. There was not really... It wasn't really known whether there would be an audience for a full-length animated feature. Because these were kind of like things that were like... You used to go to the theater and there was, like, a lot more shit. Like, there was, like, a newsreel... And there was, like, fucking shorts and cartoons and shit. And a lot of times there was double features. Yeah. So there was, like, it wasn't just, you weren't just going to see a movie. There was all kinds of little stuff that was made for it.
Like, honestly, like, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, when you go to movies early nowadays, I mean, when you see the trailers or even before, then you get random dumbass advertisements and shit. I mean, back in the day, those were the cartoons. Like, I mean, like, there would be, like, little cartoon skits and shit that they will, play for a little bit before the movie starts. Usually they'll play, like, maybe at most, maybe 3, but usually 1 or 2.
Right, and cartoons were, like, one of the things you saw. Like, you saw...
They were short.
Yeah, you'd see.
Honestly, going to the movie theaters like way back in the day would have been a real cool fucking experience, because it's not like how we traditionally would think about it, like, you know, getting the popcorn and a big drink and maybe seeing some trailers and then the film. Like, it was a totally different experience from that a little bit. I mean, you still obviously had the movie experience part of it, like that never changed, but like everything else around it though did, you know, like, cause you know, nowadays now we see trailers and shit, but back in the day it was like cartoon skits or or like smaller, you know, live action skits and shit like that. But I wish it was like that still, honestly.
The movie.
That would be way better.
And it was like, cool. Oh yeah, that's pretty funny, you know. And it was like, you know, little fucking stuff like that. And you know, Disney was like, what if people would pay to just go see a fucking movie-length cartoon? And it was kind of like, I don't know, and like there was nothing. It wasn't like a comedy. It was like this like fairy tale, you know. So it's like, ooh, I don't know.
Yeah, so a lot of people.
And if you watch fucking Snow White today, like it's not that good. I mean, it's like obviously it was fucking revolutionary and shit, and you could see how groundbreaking it was, but like
Definitely.
it's not very well fucking told or anything. Like the plot is very disjointed. Like,
I mean, considering Disney, they're not exactly good at retelling old stories. They like to kind of either nowadays they just flower it up with their own version of it. But back in the day, it was just more or less just disjointed. Like, I mean, because they're still on the, like a lot of these animators were still kind of on the mindset of making sketches and skits, more or less a full fucking movie. And you know, and also considering that they kind of got a cut and, you know, bonuses and shit like that, and were working extra overtime, they probably didn't put as much effort into it either. If you think about it. Weird, if you don't compensate your workers properly, you don't get, you know, a good result at the end of the day. Which also makes me think that Snow White probably would have even been better if, you know, they were able to keep a lot of that shit. If anything, got even more compensated for it, you know, by, you know, continuing that whole profit sharing thing that Walt Disney himself was doing.
Of like sequences than it is a coherent story.
Yeah, that's respected because of what it achieved. Not necessarily because of the quality of it, but that happens a lot with you know, like the pioneer of these new genres. I mean, and of course, animated films would go on to be like something that most people born, you know, now would just take for granted. Like, oh yeah, animated movies. But back then, that was like, what? You're gonna make a cartoon movie that's like an hour long? Like
I mean, honestly, I wish people would make more 2D animated films. I mean, you don't really see that anymore. It's always 3D. It's like, where's the 2D animations? Like, don't really get that anymore. Those are fucking awesome.
Of course, Snow White was a huge success. But Walt had previously read a book on psychology. Instead of giving out bonuses to everyone, he gave out salary adjustments to certain animators, so he felt did exceptional work. Some were just like merit, like you did good, bonus, but you guys, whatever. Those
I
he
love
felt.
TJ's shifty eyes.
Yeah, you are shifty.
It's because I have four monitors. I'm always like looking from one to the next. So I want a Disney adult film starring The Rock. I mean,
no.
Well, you know what? Raise up some money, put me in charge of Disney, and you'll get it. And I'll bring
okay, you know what? If TJ Kirk was running Disney, I would totally. You know what? Yes.
Shit. Are you guys sick of that garbage yet?
I definitely
want real cartoons back.
I want real 2D, not 2D that's like supplemented by a bunch of CGI crap.
Nah, fuck all
that.
We're going back to hand-drawn fucking shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, I want that.
I want to do
that because it costs more.
That's the real 2D animation shit I want to see.
Those we felt didn't live up to his expectations got nothing. But said if they improved, they would get bonuses on the next film. Oh, the next time around, you'll get a big bonus.
I've heard that before.
So,
oh yeah, we'll make sure that we follow up with your bonuses and your, you know, or your wages or your raises or like your back. But like, I wonder where I've heard that before.
Jerk off, basically.
Yeah, he did a jerk off move. Like he was used to sharing the money. It was, you know, at first he was sharing money with people, but then he realized
he got fucking greedy.
Yeah, of course he's looking at the bottom line.
Fucking greedy.
And he's like,
of course, he's Walt Disney.
For myself, like I don't want to pay these fucking plebs. Cause of course, you know, as they're building to these things, you know, he's getting more power and more influence. He's like, what the fuck should I have to give them that 20%? However, in doing so, he brought a number of workers up over $40 a week. At which that point, under the Wagner Labor Relations Act, the higher paid employees ceased being entitled to time and a half for overtime.
That's some bullshit. Like, I mean, just because, I mean, you make a certain amount does not mean you should be, like, redacted fucking, or, you know, have overtime and time and a half, or like overtime pay taken away. In fact, it should be like more secured. Like these things need to be secured and codified and shit. Hence why like when it comes to workers' rights, it's always a consistent fucking fight with this shit. Because like I mean, to this fucking day, companies are still doing shit like this, where they're finding ways to like scalp over fucking pay and basically like just give you some excuse to essentially not follow up with it and shit. Where it's just like, how in the fuck are you gonna get someone who gives enough of a shit to do the job right, especially when they're not even being compensated right? I mean, it's like, if you're not gonna pay them for what they're worth and shit, then you're gonna get the worth that you're gonna get with the fucking pay that you give them, which is gonna be less than what they have. They're just not going to give all that they're worth.
So
I mean,
like,
but $40 a week back then has got to be pretty goddamn good, though. Like
back in 37, probably.
I'm sure it was. Yeah.
I mean, what year is this we're talking about? 41.
Yeah, like early, like late 1930s.
So this is like the lead up. So we're like about like maybe like 1938, 1939 or something.
Yeah, let's see. When did Snow White come out?
I feel like I'm always looking up inflation on this show. Have that fucking like open because like we.
So Snow White was released in 1937.
So,
okay, so we're talking about like probably like 1938 then.
Yeah.
Just like the year afterwards.
Yeah, something like that.
So 1937, and then you said $40 an hour.
Man, I wish.
$40 a week.
$40 an hour back in 37. Like, holy fuck, what industry was that? And like, how did their wages get destroyed? You know what I mean? Like, fuck. Man, I'd like to know what type of industry that would be. But yeah, it's a week though.
At least $40 an hour.
No.
Nowadays, $40 an hour would be pretty nice.
Wait.
Yeah, well, the amount of inflation has happened to
$40. That's what I want to know. $40.
$40.
That today. So that was $840 a week then.
That actually ain't bad. $840 a week equivalent, which is like what $40 was back in 38. Not. I mean, obviously they had their Great Depression and inflation shit, though at that point we were starting to kind of slowly but surely chug out of it. So honestly, that ain't bad. I mean, especially for the work that these guys are doing. I mean, frankly, it should be more valued at that. It should, as far as I'm concerned, really frankly be double. I mean, considering, or at least, 1.5, times more than what they're getting. Because, I mean, it's not just, like, that would be good fucking money, especially, for, like, someone who's, like, in the lumberjack industry or some shit back in the day. Like, I mean, that'd be good money for me today. Like, I mean, which I would think that would be real good when it comes to the, value for the work that, retail workers have to go through and shit. That's my opinion.
Making like $3,000.
That's not great money, but it's not terrible. But like, yeah, for being like the best at what you do, and being like the top of your industry, and that's like the ceiling, that's pretty shitty.
Unfortunately, World War II cut off 40% of Disney's foreign release market, which led Disney's two following films, Pinocchio and Fantasia, to fail at the box office. In return, Disney could longer afford to give the workers their bonuses, the ones that, of course, he would give out, and Walt was forced to make salary cuts.
Probably not for himself, though.
By the time these so-called salary adjustments had caused pay structure at the Disney studio to become very disorganized, many of the animators joined the Screen Cartoonists Guild, including Art Babbitt, who became one of the union leaders.
Sounds like they need one.
Yeah, Babbitt then started questioning Walt's authority and, quote, rallying his staff against him, in Walt's words. He's like, this is bullshit.
They're rallying against me.
Pay.
Yeah, good.
It's not fair to us, and it's very much based on Walt's personal decision. Like, you
remember earlier when I told you that that Peyton failed me?
Yeah.
Well, the universe has punished him for his transgressions.
Oh, what happened?
Apparently 6 of his chickens got eaten.
Oh shit, the fucking coyotes are fucking back, man. God damn it. Hire me. I'll take care of them for you, and I'll wear their fucking pelts.
I guess. And 6 of them are dead.
Slaughtered. Sacrificed. Satanic
taken
fucking coyote gods.
Yeah.
Only Peyton had done the episode for you.
You know what? I bet you in the universe where he fucking did what he was supposed to do, put my episode together, he'd be fine.
You know what? He
In
probably
that universe, those 6 chickens are fucking happily clucking and eating at the fucking, corn on the ground and stuff. They're having a good old time. They're still laying eggs,
And when
living
that
their
problem-
fucking best life.
When that fox or that dog, whatever killed them, shows up, Payton's there to defend them.
Yeah.
He's like, "What's that noise?"
Well, no, he's not, because where was he the first time, huh? Like, see, chickens are one thing, man, because it's like, you're there to, and have an ability to defend them. My bandit was another. He was too independent. He was too free. And it ended up costing all 8 of his lives.
Because he's mentally alert and stuff,
Yeah, he's doing that episode. He's like, he hears the commotion. He runs outside. He sees the fucking dog or whatever, the fox, whatever it is, or a coyote lunging for the chicken. He beats it back. He has a fucking epic, Disney, forest battle. There's a fire raging around. He's fighting the chicken. The chicken's like, they're jumping around like, Payton, please. Payton's beating the fucking thing back. They all survive. They all make it somehow.
Dude, it was a
Happy ever after.
A chupacabra.
Oh, shit, dude.
TJ will make Disney hentai. Yes. Give me control of Disney. How much does it cost to buy?
There's already a bunch of them like that.
Safeway does this on a retail level on fighting.
Oh shit, it's my super chat.
Wages. District undercuts union workers of seniority like me by cutting the wages to apprentice wages, $2 plus less.
TJ, you don't understand shit.
The comments, guy, you get this comment.
This on retail level. I'm fine.
I don't understand this lingo jingo. Hey youngster, can you understand this for me? You guys super chat? Yeah, I super chatted him. So, because I sent in a super chat because everything that they were talking about is legit very similar to what Safeway does. With, oh, hey, we need to, they don't really make, saying, hey, we have to do this. They just kind of quietly do it. Where there would be, where various different workers, considering that a lot of Safeways are, or at least in PNW, are pretty much, are essentially, union workplaces for the most part. A lot of them tend to legitimately be fucked with by the company. And in a lot of ways, a lot of these workers, it comes via their wages or various elements of their benefits because they can't qualify or get them because of how many hours they might be working at a given week. And I can't read a potato quality. Well, what I said was Safeway does this on a retail level, trying to get my proper journeyman wages because the district undercuts union workers of seniority like me by cutting the wages to apprentice wages, which is about $2 less an hour, give or take. When it comes to what the journeyman wages are, because of pretty much similar shit. For whatever various reasons or excuses they might have, it's pretty much very analogous. Where you have a lot of these workers that basically get scalped and fucked over and shit, where they should be journeymen or making Joe's wages because of how long they've been working there, and yet they aren't. And they're getting fucked over with it, and aren't even able to get a lot of their back pay either, which could be considered, I don't know, wage theft. But a lot of what Disney was doing to these workers, can be considered that too. Where it's for whatever reasons or excuses that they have, whether because they lost some of their international consumer base and shit because of the war, or whatever fucking else, or because we have these union thugs organized and against me, or blah 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 blah. It's basically all various different excuses to undermine and undercut the various different bonuses or the benefits or their wages, to really just fuck over the workers and shit. So the big cats on top, in this case Walt Disney, make more money.
Because the districts undercut union workers with seniority like me by cutting wage to apprentice wages. I think there's different wage scales. They're saying he's being misclassified so they can pay him less.
Scotty basically nailed it. On a very vague, general level, pretty much.
They rig it, or maybe it's because it's rigged, where it's they pay people less based on that, so he's not getting paid what he should be paid.
That's fucking bullshit.
It is.
I mean, yeah, like you should. I mean, I'm not sure if I fully understand, but that's why.
Can you maybe?
I mean, you get Scotty.
Or if you know my new Twitter, or it's not really my new Twitter, it's like my old Twitter that they.
I don't have a Twitter anymore.
Like, at TJ Does Health. If you could like write me a message that explains that in more detail, because I don't really know much about union labor shit, because I've never really worked in that.
Well, hey TJ, I'll hit you up on Discord. How about that?
Space.
Right.
But I am interested. I am interested in how Safeway is fucking you over, though.
Well, hey, I'm here to. I'll jab your off. I'll jab your ear off about that one day, TJ. One day.
Was when Disney fired Babbitt, who we regarded as a troublemaker and a Bolshevik.
Bolshevik! Woke!
The next day,
A woke Bolshevik!
the strike began, instigated by Sorrell and led by Babbitt. We actually have some video of people striking.
Okay.
There's a video of
pretty
this.
crazy. I bet you didn't turn on the audio.
This is the artist on strike.
Let's see. Damn it, we did it.
Not so much like being used for a strike. You gotta hate you fat cat. Geez, I think they got a part you're really gonna like.
Too, I love it.
I can't really hear you very well over it. It's very loud.
Alright. What a show, people.
Yeah.
That's
They're
my
mad.
favorite part.
I love how they are mad, dude. They're all rabble rousing.
Fucking kick that.
Dude, he got donkeys and shit.
Whoa.
Whoa, a guillotine, dude. These strikers are not fucking around, dude. This is like fucking based ass 1938 fucking. Like, oh my god, they're all wearing black hoods too. All wearing like little like balaclavas. Based, dude. Like, I love. Dude, why can't we see shit like that? Dude, if if this happened today, they'll be like, they're trying to start violence, incite violence, and try to threaten the life of their boss and blah, 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 blah. Like they do. Yeah, you know how they be. They do shit like that.
Yeah.
The guillotine.
Dude, these Disney workers do not fuck around.
My little dick hard.
So in turn, the strikers maintain a carnival-esque atmosphere on the picket line, using humor and artistic shows to produce signs, and at one stage carrying a mock guillotine in a march and use it to behead a mannequin of Walt Disney.
Dope.
As you see there.
Based, dude. There's the mannequin Walt right there, dude.
Yeah, these
Where he should be. Don't they have his frozen head like somewhere in a vault somewhere anyway? So they did do this to him.
Support from other unions,
just to preserve his head, though.
Staff of Technicolor, Williams, and Pathé.
Dude, you know what sucks?
Refusing to process Disney films, the leftist consumer groups. Yeah, there it is.
Oh man.
Nice.
Push it down the rest of the way.
Yeah, come on.
So they basically had a bunch of other unions support them.
You know what they fucking... If this shit happened today, there'd be a bunch of bitching about how, like, oh, they fucking were threatening violence against
they totally would.
Oh, yeah, of course, dude.
Bunch of bullshit. Back in the day, people
bunch
fucking
of sissies.
This is when men were men.
This is when men were men.
Ass conservatives drive around their fake fucking pickup trucks, talk about how tough they are.
True.
Men back then were fucking socialists with guillotines that would fucking behead their boss in effigy.
Based.
That's true. The last group of people you want to make.
And now they're just like a bunch of wimpy ass little pussies that just want to bitch and moan in their fucking F Ford 550, 100,000 shit little like sheep fuck truck. I don't know.
Just who can.
With like 8 American flags in the flatbed in the back.
Exceptional drawing skills.
These guys kick ass.
They do. This is amazing.
During the strike, cartoonists from other studios offered support for the strikers. Cartoonists from Warner Brothers, including Chuck Jones, volunteered their cars to form a motorcade around the Disney studio.
Nice.
Chuck Jones fucking rules.
Dude, Chuck Jones is based.
Walt Disney isn't fit to suck Chuck Jones's fucking giant fucking palooza of a cock.
It gets even worse. At one point,
He fit to suck his big fat giant palooza of a cock, dude.
on in the strike, Babbitt was on the picket line. Well, he noticed Walt driving his car through the picket line and occasionally waving to the strikers.
Oh.
Offended by his
See, hey, I like you guys. You're my family. I'm gonna wave to you while I condescendingly, underneath you, call you all a bunch of Bolshevik commies.
attitude, Babbitt, holding up a bullhorn, announced to the strikers that the arrival of, quote, the man who believes in brotherhood for everybody but himself. He then shouted at his boss, Walt Disney,
True.
you should be ashamed of yourself.
Based.
The crowd booed their boss.
Nice.
He became so enraged that he abruptly stopped his car, got out, and advanced on Babbitt with his hands balled into fists, only intercepted by the police.
Damn. Wow. So the fucking pigs, which are probably paid by Walt himself anyway, basically had to stop him from probably beating the shit out of... Oh my god, dude. Fucking base Chuck, bro.
Intercepted by the police.
They should have fucking loaded him up in that guillotine. Alright, you want to fight, bitch? Come on.
Yeah, you want to fight? Yeah, come on, boy.
The strike lasted for 5 weeks.
You just inspired me, though, Scotty.
Did I?
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking do a goddamn Chuck Jones episode.
Cool.
I actually hope he does do that. But dude, about a month in a week, 5 weeks. But nonetheless, I mean, they went fucking all out. I wish we saw more of this. It's kind of, when we were fighting for our contract with our union, a part of me kind of wished that the company was still wanting to stonewall and fight and be slarmy little fucks, at least more openly about it. Just so we can do it too, kind of like what Freddy's did. Just because, I kind of, had a feeling that if it would be the case that, I can organize a nice little, pretty colorful idea of how to do strikes and shit. Especially with my musical background. Because I know there's plenty of other people at my workplace that are musicians themselves. So especially when it comes to music. Let alone just arts and crafts and shit. Shit.
In Santa Fe, New Mexico. It was pretty neat. Too rich for my blood to buy anything.
I have a promising future. They most certainly do. I would say that, I would hope and, wish that I think a lot of the more older, old guard unions that have been around for a while, like mine, would start kind of wising up a little bit and getting, even more aggressive and shit. And, kind of realizing that a little more. Because, it's more of these more fresher up-and-coming units that are starting to do a lot of this type of shit. So, because with mine, I would say that, when it comes to at least getting the contract shit, they're putting the fight out, but in between all that, communication, I'm just gonna be honest, it's a little lackluster to a lot of extent. And it's just it's not necessarily just making sure, we have our contract and that's it, you know what I mean? There's other stuff in between that where, we might need it, it's just so... And I know, especially when it comes to advancing further union-wise, having a little communication to, hear about that would definitely be a lot more promising. But, it's just kind of my main, complaint, because honestly, it does create a sense of factionalization, to a lot of workers, because even if the union, in a lot of ways, does, do some good shit, but in between a lot of their main things, especially when it comes to fighting for a new contractor, where they're going to be more active and going to different workplaces and shit like that. There still needs to be that type of consistency even in between that, because there's going to be bullshit. There's going to be different things that the bosses of these workplaces or the company overall are going to be doing in between all that shit to make sure that people don't get the most out of their fucking contract. Because they're doing that for me and plenty of other fucking people. There's already a big hoopla about it right now with thousands of workers under the district that we're in for the company locally that that just are getting fucked like I am, exactly how I am basically, and are essentially having to go through all of them, which I'm wondering how meritable they really are doing that with, which is why I'm being consistent and kind of pressuring it a little bit, because I want to make sure I get my shit.
Chuck Jones fucking rules. He's fucking way better than Walt Disney, and he's gonna fucking get his day.
So we found out that Chuck Jones was I don't know, supporter of genocide or
I don't fucking know.
some crazy shit.
If Chuck Jones, the only genocide I can see Chuck Jones being in favor of is the fucking rich fucks that fuck him over, and everyone else like him.
Fucking whatever. Everyone's got their little things.
Yeah.
Everyone's got flaw here and there. Some people, Like, you know, they fucking stole some candy from the store a few times in their life, you know. Some people just, you know, they like a genocide or two, you know. I mean, some people got some flaws, you know, what could say.
When these motherfuckers were protesting, he lent his car. He wasn't like, you know, he could have been like, I'm one of these higher ups too, so I need to fucking blah blah blah. No.
I mean, or even be like, hey, you know, we actually have it better. Why don't you come work for us? And basically, you know, like try to scalp workers or, you know, away from this workplace and with this union into theirs and shit. Which would be kind of like a weird capitalistic competitive version of trying to, like, you know, maximize their own, but to fuck over other unions, which isn't solidarity at all. You know, he went basically the total opposite with it. Like, he ensured solidarity. Because honestly, there are, like today, especially with some elements of the old guard, there is kind of like a weird sense of competition, at least with some unions, like the SCIU and the UFCW are, I mean, they're essentially pretty much identical unions, at least when it comes to what industries they represent. A lot of it's retail and service industries. Which both represent pretty much predominantly and primarily. And, you know, with that, I mean, you know, there is like a little sense of competition, you know, for both of the national unions to, like, have the most out of that industry. And it does, I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, you know, what's the point? You know, like, why try to do that? I mean, if anything, you know, it's not like there's not necessarily like a unifying solidarity nonetheless, but there's kind of just like still this implicit like, hey, we're gonna get you know these workers contracted first. It's like we're gonna expand over here, or it's like, oh hey, we're gonna get the better contract instead of yours, so we'll get more from our union instead of yours, shit like that. Even though there will still be like a sense of solidarity in between that.
Guy was an animation fucking legend. He's a voice acting legend.
Which is a part of the reason why like I have at least when it comes to unions today, I have critiques more or less of old guard unions, that have been around for a while, more or less than more newer and up and coming ones, like the Amazon labor union, for example. Like because because they've been ingrained for a while. I mean, they're now especially are going to be kind of flawed or corrupted in some way or another, and mine's certainly no exception. There's definitely problems within mine that need to be changed.
Well, wasn't like he could have been like, oh well, I'm on Disney side. Go Walt.
Judgment will affect.
Nah, he was on the side of motherfuckers trying to fucking kill Disney. Good for him.
Well, labor solidarity is what it was.
Yeah, he's kicking fucking ass.
The other unions around the film industry were like,
Fox motherfucker's an American goddamn hero.
So the strike lasted 5 weeks. Towards the end, Disney accepted a suggestion by Nelson Rockefeller, then head of the Latin American Affairs Office in the State Department.
Rockefeller, huh?
That he make a tour of Latin America as a goodwill ambassador.
Like, that's gonna help anything. Hey, improve your public figure and your, like, PR and have a little Latin America tour.
Is it cool?
I kind of find it funny how they were doing, like, the, like, progressive PR shit even back in the day. This is, like, the equivalent of, like, having a rainbow flag on the corporate logo for Pride Month and shit. Like, this is kind of the equivalent of, like, see, I'm a good person. I'm visiting some of these, heavily undeveloped, Latin American countries and seeing the strife and the hardships that they have to go through, blah, blah, blah. But, it's just like, it's just some PR shit. While trying to, look like this, like, I'm a good, progressive type of person or some shit, even though it's just a bunch of bullshit. Which is why I hate, like, progressive, capitalistic progressivism, basically, because that's just essentially is what it is. It's just a fake progressivism that isn't even progressive by any means. It's just a kowtow way of just trying to, make more money on the virtue of trying to look good.
Help of a federal mediator who found in the guild's favor on every issue.
Huh.
Disney Studios signed a contract.
Nice.
And it's been a union shop ever since.
Yeah, until they fired everybody.
Yeah, of course. Until they
I
cleaned
mean,
house.
I don't know. There's probably still unionized.
I think it's still technically unionized.
But all the 2D animators were fired like in the 90s or like the early 2000s or whatever the fuck.
Oh, they outsourced a bunch of their shit now, of course.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Following the strike, irreparable damage to the psychology and mood of the studio had nevertheless been done. Before the strike, the number of employees had been about 1,200. But after it ended, it was reduced to about 694. Some estimates even go as low as 600. If you're up with Disney himself, that's what he said. About 600 employees.
This is
and-
kind of another union bust tactic. When a union is established in a workplace, just fire a fuckload of people. Or just close the shop down entirely.
said that he cleaned house at our studio and got rid of the chip on their shoulder boys.
The more militantly radical union type of members, yeah, fuck those guys. We're cleaning house up a bit. The communists, we're taking them out.
Easy for rich fuck to say.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The strike also had an impact on Walt Disney. Before the strike, he and other employees felt as if they were one big family.
Oh, I wonder where I hear that. Literally every fucking corporation.
Strike, Walt felt betrayed. He was not really sure. He wasn't really sure he could trust anybody. He's like, how
My widgets, they have betrayed me.
dare they actually ask for
How
fair wages
dare
and
they?
benefits and pay?
We used to feel like one big family, but then they objected to me lodging my dick up their ass.
Now, when I could lord over you and made all your decisions and
You
used to accept
betrayed
whatever
me by not fucking taking my substandard fucking bullshit.
Well, you knew for a fact that
I love,
Walt was,
I love how he fucking sits around feeling betrayed when his ass is the one who done wrong.
yeah, and betrayed.
Yeah. I mean, fundamentally, it's like honestly, he's projecting. Like, because really, it's the workers that, are the ones being betrayed. Because if you're couching this whole idea of, like, yeah, we're a family in the workplace here, in a sense, which I don't even necessarily inherently disagree with. Yeah, it's not necessarily a bad idea to be like, we're, like, we're all kind of in this together type of mentality. I mean, because, we all, like a family, I mean, there's flaws that everyone's got. People got varying opinions and shit. Some people you probably don't really get along with well, but have to deal with anyway. And some people you get along with very well and shit. Well, not literally a family dynamic. I mean, there's similarities to it. I mean, so it's not like I don't inherently disagree with the concept, but if you're going to use that as a way to betray your fucking workers and fuck them over and not treat them like that type of dynamic and basically use them as a cog and try to exploit as much fucking value and labor out of them as possible, then that's the antithesis of that. So I mean, that's why, especially when in corporations always fucking couch that shit, it's always like bleh. Because, like, I mean, it's like I said, it's not even like I'm against the concept, but holy shit, is it used to basically, try to fucking play, anyone who fucking tries to get hired like a fucking fiddle. And it is just gross.
Offered many times a way out of it, and on the course the
because honestly these days the only time you're really gonna get like that type of like we're all in this together like family type of dynamic is literally like an actual like kind of family ran mom and pop type of situation, and on the virtue that they're actually like cool people and actually good and decent folk. You can get you get a family ran out, but they be total shitbags.
Yeah, I was their father. What a disobedient child. They think the world owes them everything. Like, they're making you, the animators are the ones making you money, Walt. Like, look, I know Walt Disney could animate to some degree. And I'm not saying he wasn't integral to the success of his company, but all those people were too. Just because his name was on the studio door doesn't mean that they deserve any less. Walt eventually recovered for the most part, but never quite forgave the people who had been part of the strike.
Of course.
And that's the end, right?
No.
Nope. That's not all, folks.
This is the end. Beautiful
Friend.
Herbert Sorrell, the guy we talked
Large.
about.
And large. Too small.
Herbert Sorrell.
One of the gentlemen who led the strike.
Looks like a gruff-looking fellow. Looks like a rough guy.
Against his,
I like how the OG like labor union dudes back in the day were literally just like these old gruff ugly looking fucks. Like this dude looks like he's kind of a gruff ugly fuck, and I love it.
Right.
No, but Walt did testify about some stuff.
He's a communist.
He's a goddamn communist.
Goddamn commie.
So Walt testified
It's just McCarthyism before McCarthyism was around.
to the House Un-American Activities Committee. Disney alleged that communism had played a major role in the strike, and many of the participants were blacklisted, of course.
I love how curious, like, throughout history, basically anyone that was, like, major, like, worker rights advocates, labor leftists, unionists, and, like, syndicalists, anarchists, and the like, we're all just basically kowtowed as, like, Bolsheviks and communists that were just trying to, like, undermine the sanctity of our society and our way of life, and basically always kowtowed by motherfuckers like, you know, rich elite, you know, bastards and millionaires and billionaires of their time, like the, you know, Rockefellers, Walt Disney, you know, like, you know, like fucking McCarthy, you know, so on and so forth. I mean, it's just like, curious how people that actually, like, give a fuck about basic standards of living and, like, the basic working, you know, standards of their working conditions and their wages and shit, all just curiously are just labeled a bunch of fucking dirty communists.
Including Art Heinemann, the art director on Fantasia, who was considered management. He went on strike in sympathy and in solidarity with the animators and was subsequently fired and blacklisted. His name was removed from Fantasia's credits, even though, of course...
Because he's a dirty commie.
And now we have Walt Disney himself testifying before the House Un-American Activities Committee.
Well, I always knew that no good son of a bitch was a fucking commie.
Films, a good many years ago.
Let's talk about just licensing films to Russia.
For labor, that it was just a matter of an election to prove that Sorrell didn't have the majority.
Okay, let's go about here.
Of them not wanting to go with Sorrell, and they had heard that I was going to sign with Sorrell. And they said that they wanted an election to prove that Sorrell didn't have the majority. And I said I had a right to demand an election. So when Sorrell came, I demanded an election.
Walt on the side of the little guy.
Weird. Curious how he's, you know, saying that he's the one who's wanting to demand an election and, you know, showed that, like, yeah, Sorrell's not actually, you know, popular stuff, even though, like, a majority of workers at that time were on strike fucking demanding it and were pretty much, like, lining up around the block, basically, you know, to fucking, you know, join the art guild and shit. I mean... So a little curious how that, you know, curious how, like, you know, his, you know, like, you know, timeline of events just seem to not exactly correlate, you know, with what actually happened.
Yeah, they tried to hornswoggle a bunch of my boys a few years back, and, I can't believe it. Oh, these commies, they're insidious, they are, you know.
Those dirty
Oh,
rats.
man, they're totally evil, dude.
They out there
Godless
trying to
monsters.
agitate, trying to turn workers against their bosses even when they're getting a fair shake. I understand there might be some bad bosses out there in the world, but I always done right by my boys.
Yes.
This communist agitated them.
Oh, yeah, you
Turned them against me with their communist poison.
That he claimed were the majority, but the other side had claimed the same thing. And I told Mr. Sorrell that there's only one way for me to go, and that was an election, and that's what the law had set up. The National Labor Board was for that purpose, and he laughed at me, and he said that he used the Labor Board as it suited his purposes.
So basically,
Yeah, I wonder why he laughed at you, by the way. Yeah, because, like, the workers already did that for you there, bitch. Like, they already did it. I mean, that's why he's fucking laughing. It's like, yeah, like, you want this so bad, but yet we already have pretty much established this and did it ourselves. So, what are you fucking crying about?
just let us unionize. And then Walt Disney going, let's vote on it then. Look, that's what the law says. Like, you just saw the protesters. It was pretty clear that the majority of people working at that company wanted to be unionized.
No,
Yeah.
that's not what happened, Scotty.
I mean, they literally had time to fucking build a fucking...
They were scared and intimidated,
An effigy
thinking
of-
they wanted to unionize, but really they didn't.
an effigy of Walt
They just
Disney.
wanted to incite violence on me and try to, like, hurt my sanctity and my dignity in my life.
It's a guillotine.
They just wanted to be good. They just wanted to do right by Walt Disney.
My boys who I care dearly about, but not enough to actually give them a fair shake.
He had lost some election. He'd been sucker enough to go for that Labor Board ballot. He lost some election, I can't remember the name of the place, by one vote.
Yeah, I wonder why he lost the vote. I'm sure it
Oh,
wasn't
yeah. Probably not due to...
rigged by the giant companies going against him.
Yeah, probably not
2
that.
years to get it back. And he said he would strike, and that was his weapon. He said,
Yeah, as it should be. Like, I mean, a strike is like the most formidable weapon that the worker has, or at least especially when they organize and have the most amount of bodies to it. Because I mean, like when it comes to a weapon, it's not necessarily like something literally physical. I mean, outside of just like your own human body, but you don't even necessarily have to do that with your fists. You just have to just use your own body, in numbers and shit. I mean, that in itself, especially when it comes to in this context, is the most formidable weapon against people like Walt Disney. And yeah, and it's kind of curious how he, Walt knowing that, really want to make sure that is emphasized here.
Laborers have.
They said he would strike, and that was a weapon, and he turned, they struck, and they derailed my business. Because that's what communists do.
These dirty communist pigs.
All us hard-working Americans to be desperate, destitute, on the streets, crying.
I mean, honestly, what I find funny is that, I mean, despite the lingo might have changed a little bit, I mean, it hasn't really changed fundamentally. Like, instead of calling me this, it's more of like, woke groomer, fucking socialist, lefty freak or some shit. Like, it's like, some random little amalgamation of that, more so than anything else. Like, I mean, back then it used to be like Bolshevik, cultural Bolshevik, or fucking communists, or whatever the fuck. But now, I mean, communist is still used to, as, buzzword, these days still. But, I mean, it's kind of been, surpassed and preceded by like other terms like fucking woke and like groomers or fucking cultural Marxist and shit.
Harpen, and I couldn't stand the ridicule or the smear of a strike.
I can't stand this ridicule and the smear of a strike. Oh my god, like it's some sort of fucking like a libel or slander or some shit. Oh my god, get out of here, you fucking little corporate bitch.
I couldn't go on working with my boys, feeling I had sold them down the river to him on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He sold them down the river to people that wanted to be unionized.
If I was to let them boys strike, I'd be selling them out.
Yeah.
What?
What? Yeah, this is like such a head scratcher, and it's like...
I mean, because it's pretty much the exact opposite of what... I mean, because like I was saying earlier, I mean, it's projecting. It's the exact opposite of what, I mean, it actually does. Because, I mean, what he's describing is what he's doing. Is what he does. Because, like, in reality, I mean, the unions essentially are there to challenge that. But as, especially to try to subvert, the actual problem... Because there would, especially at this time, there were people who are probably a lot more aware of, these type of issues. So instead of, couching those type of problems, on himself or people like him, he's going to couch it on the labor organizers and unions because it's pretty much a good excuse to be like, see, they're the reasons why, the economy or this or that is the way it is because, if the unions weren't, trying to get what they wanted and shit so much and try to undermine, sanctity of this economy and how the just good work ethic that we have established, and things wouldn't be the way they would. But in reality, the reason why they are is because the motherfuckers couching that shit.
Organized as if they're like just the enemy of just like the enemy of the people they represent. Even though these people all voted to be unionized, and there's a history of strike breaking in this country, throwing up every obstacle. We see it today.
Yep.
It's like Starbucks closing unionized stores. Oh, there's a leak or something, so your store's closed.
Oops.
Or, if you live and talk about unionizing, going into stores like Dollar General. I read this great article about how they just like told the employees like, well, you'll have no job, we'll close the store down. You have nothing. It's like, yeah, so I mean, but it's for their benefit because we treat you guys so well. We as a giant company, we have unlimited power. You as the worker have no power. A fair arrangement if there ever was one.
Oh, absolutely fair and equitable as it ever could be. Mm-hmm.
Finally.
And he laughed at me and told me that.
Yeah, he laughed at you because you're ridiculous.
He laughed maniacally and he said,
He laughed like the godless psychopathic communist that he was and went, "Blah!" Like, some jester and, like some ethereal spirit and just thought that he can, just sell my boys, my family of boys away, from me and, try to show them to the wither of Just this godless communist thuggery.
I
will
Joseph Stalin and
destroy
Vladimir Lenin.
you, and I will destroy your workers by forcing them to strike against you, even though they totally don't want to.
Please, I don't want fair labor. We don't want fair labor. We don't value for our labor. Please. Fuck us out of more bonuses. Thanks, Walt.
Please exploit me, for my time and my work and my like mental, physical, and my emotional health. Please, for the most minimal amount of pay and the compensation. Please, Walt.
You betcha.
Foolish.
Oh my God, that was, Jesus God, that was almost fucking a perfect Mickey. Holy shit.
Strike that I'll smear you and I'll make a dust ball out of your place if I choose to. I didn't hear that last.
To make a dust bowl out of your place.
He said he'd make a dust bowl out of my plant. And
A plant?
You make a
You said place and I said plant.
bowl out of my plant.
You might be able to do all that, but I'd have to
I have
pay.
a plant. It's a fern.
Not fern plant.
I want to turn it into a dust bowl.
I believe at that time that Mr. Sorrell was a communist because of all the things I had heard and
That I've heard for the telephone. For the great game of telephone. I've heard a guy who said that from a guy that heard from another guy that, Chevelle was a dirty communist.
on many of the Commie Front things. And when he
Commie Front
strike,
things.
the first people to smear me and put me on the unfair list were all of the Commie Front organizations.
Commie Front organization.
Literally blacklisted these people from the entertainment industry right now. Literally,
Well, it
fucking.
turns out all my enemies are communists.
Yeah,
It's the craziest goddamn thing.
And this is a
Such a strange thing, huh? And curious how I attempt to ruin their lives by basically blacklisting them from the industry so they can't get any work.
years later. So Walt fucking carried this torch for a long
It's
time.
like, I'll get my comeuppance against you, you son of a bitch.
You're a
You thought you
damn
think you
dirty
safe?
commie.
You think you safe, motherfucker? You ain't safe, bitch. I'm gonna
And
get ya.
to be honest with you, that's not even all the horrible shit Disney's
I mean,
done.
of course, Disney's done away
We
with this
could-
shit.
Oh,
I mean-
Disney's fucking notorious for, like, all sorts of shit. But, nonetheless, I mean, it's just like, another example of, where, like, labor has, come, when it comes to, like, fighting for, just for, like, the basic of fucking shit, really. I mean, that's the stupidest thing. I mean, it's that, like, the most basic of things that are advocated, especially when it comes to working conditions and, like, the value of, your body, essentially, when it comes to, giving that to, someone else, for, to, make you do work. I mean, it's like, any of that type of shit is always going to be, like, somehow labeled as, like, crazy woke socialist just nonsense and just, like, calculated nonsense and just silly pie in the sky. I mean, it's just woke liberal cultural Marxism. I mean, come on now. Like, what is this ridiculous malarkey? Here, I saw this, how Portland stopped the Proud Boys. A 15-minute read? Jesus Christ. When it's early, but here, yeah, let's check this out. Early versions of Proud Boy events that culminated at Storming Camp on 26. I use anti-fascist organizing and law enforcement halt their activities in the city. No love for Nazis. I love it. They got their unicorn suits on. Amazing. Yeah, Law and Article. On August 22nd. Hey, I was here that day. I was there that day, yeah. I think I actually saw these two. This is the first summer since 2019 that I have not need to adorn armor, strap a gun, or load up, or go pretend bonus. 2016 Rose City costs for militant groups like Proud Boys, Patriot Prayer that degenerate into mass brawls with anti-fascist activists. Have it's been regular enough that some local left-wing activists refer to summer as fighting season. But this year there were no protest rallies. And no, BNW, true to its reputation, has an assortment of bespoke local fascist groups. Proud Boys, a far-right gang that has been labeled as terrorist entity in Canada and New Zealand, have present in nearly every event. I'm not going to read this out loud. It's like entirely. Harassment Portland. Strike moratorium to other public events on this. In 2021, 18% probably involved in incident violence. 2021, 25% and in blood and beings. Range to excel targets for. Gonna show Portland, and it's worth looking at why. Yeah, good. One quick answer here is because Portland fought back. Yeah, and we do it again. And harder if we need to. Rose City has been a long history of hotbed radical activists and been one of the most conservative parts of the country. Portland is a city where local police officers deputized the Ku Klux Klan in the 1920s, and President George W. Bush nicknamed Little Brute after tense protests against his visit following the Gulf War. In the 90s, it was a breeding ground for fascist violence growing the murder in 1980. Looking at Sarah, an Ethiopian immigrant, by members of Aryan Assistance, Tom Metzger, Goose founder of famous organization California, recruited heavily. Yep. I watched the name of Joey Gibson, and I've seen this guy before. Dude's like a big, gigantic, tall, beer-bellied fuck. I was crossed river Portland, effectively a suburb of the city, like most of the non-urban Oregon. It's conservative. Well, not around here, at least. At least nowhere near as much. First, to liberate conservatives from oppression in liberal-dominated cities, hosting prayer vigils, free speech marches, and pro-Second Amendment rallies. Oh. Very, sane mind here. Very, sane and rational. First major parapet was a rally in a wealthy neighborhood of Lake O in March 2016. Followed the series of left-wing liberal protests that were held inauguration. Blah, 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 yeah. It's organized to follow the status of picture. 3%ers. Yeah, I've seen 3%ers running around too before. Back in 2020 during the protests and shit. Getting on security as just as people who put on left in response and these rallies escalated after May 2016 when a former Patriot repair marcher and rights supremacist Jeremy Christian stabbed 2 men to death on train. That takes our Christian relationship with this issue. Yeah, I remember that. When opponents and fascists it. Spring grants for its fast. Yeah, well, no shit. Of course. I mean, yeah, that's their whole point. It's same pose on them, yep. Escort was March across the bridge. Yeah, I can't remember that a little bit. That's around the time I moved in town. Unless 10% crowd would not be actually prepared. If not, eager for a fight. As core militant activists is supported by a larger community that engaged in non-violent organizing. There are people that show up as medics, so it's about food for water. Some activists will show up with bubble wrap screens to block the cameras of lights streaming right-wingers. Others came with musical instruments dressed as bananas for clowns to strike attention, drown out wiring speakers and megaphones. Right, protest most constant went viral, but one fact that never went quite. Look me at bubbles. How many fashion older parents, even grandparents, several. Well, yeah. Look, whenever I went to these like more predominantly anti-fascist rallies and shit, there were it's like a variation of all sorts of fucking people, not just like your typical quote unquote black bloc types. And a lot of those people that are also kind of the more militant elements aren't necessarily just black bloc types either. Interview after interview, people express various security. Most of Portland, they did big sentences. Test case for fascists for breach of state capital Salem, roughly 2 weeks before January 6th. Yeah, I remember that too. Escalating thanks to school boards and advanced integration of Proud Boys in local parties in multiple states and been growing political marriage. Portland Parliament meeting open quest away with that. Yeah. more schisms and divisions. Dude, this is like, man, there ain't nothing, you know, close to the truth of that one. Forget, and when tides turn, they'll say August 22nd. Yeah, I'd say that. Response to the page 20. Oh my god, it's such a long fucking read. Just kind of skim around a little bit. We really have to choose love. Portland's strap on with the bar on the fire extinguishers of paint ahead of the amount of time. But if you traveled to Kmart, yeah, I remember this, where Vicious Street Fighter suit, but there's no clear victory with Silver and Ball. Violence died day, particularly destruction of 2 vehicles by far-right fighters, so it was well documented after being criticized for their hands-off approach on the day rally. We're soon again dropped a range of felony charges on the most prominent attendees. While the Proud Boys refused to go downtown, one individual with a handgun opened fire on left-wing protesters. They shot back and the shooter fled before being intercepted by police. And since the killing of Danielson, gunfire has been a regular feature of protests in the Pacific Northwest, but at the same time, the far right has been notably reluctant to attack the rest of the city. That's been rallies nearby in Olympia, Washington, Oregon City, and Salem, but no meaningful right-wing protests are taking over downtown Portland over a year. Good. And frankly, it better stay like that. And honestly, I need to, you know, check out some of these motherfuckers out in OC if they, you know, want to go, you know, chucking around in my neighborhood that close. Because OC is pretty much about maybe a little slightly farther, but not that farther away from me, you know, when it comes to Portland. I'd say it takes longer to get there, but it's probably the same distance. Just because it's not as many routes, you know, to get there via transit and shit. It's just kind of one big stretch, you know, to get there. And sometimes traffic, you know, kind of precludes their getting there quick. Because honestly, it's just like, I know there would probably be people out in Portland that wouldn't mind, you know, taking a transit or, you know, carpooling down here, down our way. Get where? Oregon City, where, you know, some of these far right fucks, you know, are still kind of protesting around. Or in Salem, like pretty much anywhere but Portland if they are, you know, doing their stupid far right Nazi rallies in Oregon. Yeah, we'll fuck them up if they do. So I know, like, I'm aware of the transit to get there. It just, you know, takes probably a little bit longer, even though it's probably the same distance, you know, from downtown Portland to OC from where I'm at. Guess not where the Proud Boys protest. Well, yeah, sweet. Because frankly, fuck them. Like, hey, they ain't welcome in Portland, but they ain't welcome in Oregon either. Just period. I don't even give a fuck they live here either. Get the fuck out of my state. Proud Boy Nazi fuck. It's already bad enough we had a history of these stupid fascists, stupid motherfucking Nazis, you know, polluting, you know, the fucking Pacific Northwest if you're fucking communes and your cult little enclaves and shit. I don't have no issue going to those one by one and sweeping them out. Brush them over to Idaho, let them fucking deal with it. Fuck a Proud Boy. You know, where's that, like, fucking, like, slam metal song that we were listening to that, like, one time, like, a week or so back? It was really called fucking Proud Boy, so maybe I could just find it, just saying, putting that. Yay, I found it. Wasn't that hard. I'm gonna turn it down so I don't destroy the eardrums of everybody. Well, honestly, funny is, like, even though a lot of Proud Boy types, because I've seen them before, tend to be more bigger, beefy types. I mean, especially if it were more of a one-on-one, like, I'm not even gonna lie, this is probably like courage, but I don't give a fuck. Like, I definitely would feel like I can handle myself more on a one-on-one. Yeah, I'm taller. I might, that might be a factor. But I'm nimble and I'm quick. Like a big, beefy, Proud Boy beer belly fuck, ain't exactly nimble. And also falls harder. And doesn't get up as easy. Well, I could use my whole body to get up. Like, if I fell down, I could use that momentum to just, like, roll. And then, like, get back up that way or some shit. Well, a big beef boy, can't exactly do that. So, I don't know. If it really came down to, especially if it was a one-on-one, I really wouldn't feel too worried about it. It's a coward also. He runs as soon as shit goes down. That's why I would, honestly, if really shit did come down to it, I want to find him first. Because that bitch would try to run. So, and he's a tall motherfucker, too. And that's why he runs, because he's easy to see. He's an easy target. Especially when he's a fucking, especially when he's a big beef boy. Like, I mean, if he goes down hard, and if you fuck his knees up, he ain't going nowhere. He's gonna be crawling. Or limping. So, he won't be going far if you catch him. Tiny is the bronze. Yeah, Tiny is the beef guy, the bronze and shit. That guy I'm a little more worried about, because that guy legit, I'll admit, knows how to fucking fight. That doesn't really mean shit at the end of the day, though. You might know how to fight, but if, like, someone knows how to fight a little better than you, or even then gets a upper hand on you, don't mean shit. Tiny's hella in prison, though. Yeah, and good. He deserves a rot there. Which is why, I don't give a fuck about him. He's irrelevant now. I mean, he will, eventually. Like, I'm assuming he's not gonna be in prison forever. He'll eventually pop back out again and be with his little fucking Nazi buddies. If they happen to be free and out and about by that time. And hopefully they'll be with him. But they can have, their cocks and, fondle the balls like they, like to do after they, drink and have a little fun at the bar. Alan Swiney is also hella in prison. We also got Gibson also. Well, in the meantime, honestly, like, that's probably the reason why, they haven't been coming to Portland lately, because a lot of the bronze and, like, a lot of the fucking, fists, of Gibson aren't really around him anymore. Like, he's, like, the only dude left, basically, when it comes to some of the more regional organization, and especially when it comes to fucking around in Portland. And he doesn't want to be the only guy there outside of just the usual flock of, cultist Nazis that, flock around him and shit. Because if he leaves and there's no actual leader anymore at that point, then they're all just going to scurry and one off anyway. So he would be forced to stay, and he runs in like a little bitch, and he doesn't want to be seen as that. He wants to be seen as like, hey, I'm going to take a logistical retreat with some of my other guys, so we can see if we can get some more people, or make an excuse as to why he's leaving with like maybe 2 or 3 other dudes that are like, oh, I changed my mind about fighting, or some shit. And basically, just leave everyone else to the dust. Gibson is the only local leader left. See, yeah. Honestly, the insurrection really got a good fuckload of them. I mean, that's the reason why I think partly why we don't really see as many. And what are left over are mostly, like, older fucks that never went in the first place, or if they did, they were basically loitering around, like, well outside of the actual capital and, weren't really that close to the actual action. Because there was a lot of fucking people on Jan 6, but there was only really, like, a decent fucking 1,000 or so that, were really, like, eminent about the insurrection part of that. To assault the Pride Parade. Yeah. Yeah, whenever they seem to, have a fail like that, like, honestly, if they just counter-protested and showed up in that way instead of doing that stupid shit, they probably would have gotten away with it. Just be honest. Like, I mean, if they just showed up in, like, their cars, like, 10 blocks away at some park or some shit, rallied up and then fucking marched all the way down there or some shit, like, you know, they probably would have gotten away with it far more easier, you know, in comparison to doing that stupid shit loading up in a fucking U-Haul. I love Hassan's take with that, by the way. He was just like, yeah, just leave him in there. Just have a cop, you know, drive around in it and take him into, like, the most hottest parts of Idaho and the most, like, shittiest roads of the town. And just, like, you know, like, have him be all rocking around, being bumpy and shit, you know, with, like, broken holed roads and shit. Like, find literally the most fucked up potholes and purposely drive over them and shit. While you have, like, a nice AC, you know, suspension seat, you know, cabin that you're driving around in. These motherfuckers are in, like, cooking in there like a bunch of fucking fat, sweaty sardines, you know, smelling like fermented, like, oily, like, rotting salmon and wheat hops and vinegar and shit. Like, ugh. Blech. God, that was actually kind of a very disgusting description. Oh, little baby's dreaming. I hope he's dreaming about ripping the Proud Boy shreds. Play some more metal shit. Proud Boy testicle, Jamie Zukov. Hey, if that's what he wants to eat, that's what he wants to eat. It's not like the Proud Boy is going to need it anyway. It's not like he gets it out of his wife anymore. And it's not like he's getting any from any bar to try to, you know, get something. Like, I mean... I mean, that's the reason why so many of them are probably pent up and shit, and why they fuck each other, frankly. Because a lot of them are probably legitimately sexually insecure fucks that didn't want to be married in the first place because they want to suck dick all day, basically. And, you know, fuck some man ass. But, unfortunately, because of the culture and shit that they're brought up in, you know, they, you know, are taught to fear that shit and thus don't want to explore that. And are fearful of anything that, you know, kind of opens that door, potentially. If Swiney and Tiny sure sell... Swiney... If Tiny is, like, the main, like, you know, second head of the Proud Boys around here, and he's, like, the fists and shit, he's the top. Like, he's gonna be, like, the big top guy, you know, who's gonna, you know, wrestle around. Like, he might, you know, be, like, a power bottom. Like, you know, Tiny might power bottom it occasionally, but Swiney is definitely a bottom. Like, 100. Like, no shot at anything else beyond that. Like, power bottom at most for Tiny. I'm trying to think, like, if it were to be, like, you know, Gibson in there, too. I wonder what, you know, would, you know, be the case for Gibson to get in jail or in prison. Because he's the only one left, and, you know, and nothing would make me more happier than that, because essentially that would just fractionalize whatever's left of a lot of the more militant Proud Boys around here, and while there was still, especially ideologically, you know, in some level, a problem with the far right around here, like, that ain't gonna necessarily go away. I mean, the more militant arm is gonna be more fractionalized and disorganized, and thus not be as significant. Maybe more aggressive and violent, so to speak, because there's no real organization or leadership to kind of quell their aggression, so to speak, but it's going to be more smaller in a way. Like, there's not really much of an ability for them to have as much strength in that. It's not like they're going to be able to find new leaders eventually. Like, there'll be other people that'll rise up to that, but it'll be a while. And when that comes, I mean, it's not like we won't be ready. I mean, I'm sure shit. If anything, I may scratch it for a while. I mean, because I know these motherfuckers hang around here and shit, and, you know, and I'm kind of, like, on that edge between, like, you know, the more progressive left, you know, area, you know, especially around here, and that more conservative fucking shit. And, you know, and I see these people every now and then, and it's just like, man, it's like, give me an excuse. It's like, do some rally at my waterfront in my little town. Ooh. Yeah, it might be a little small counter, you know, protest of, you know, people being roused for you, but shit. I can't believe the only one protested since I moved to Goose Hollow. I mean, I would, but honestly, I just haven't, you know, been in the loop. Like, I mean, I haven't gotten many updates about it. I mean, if I was a little bit more in tune with, or not really in tune, but like, you know, more up to date with, you know, these type of things, I'd, you know, try to plan up ahead more about it. Because if I did, then there's only been one. Well, that's, yeah. I mean, I kind of figured there's only been one. I mean, I'm sure every now and then there's probably like small little protests and rallies, and I know there's been strikes, you know, occasionally, the anti-Supreme Court protests, and yeah, and I really wish I, you know, was able to partake in that. I mean, because if so, I mean, obviously it can't predict when the Supreme Court was going to do that shit, but like, I mean, you know, if I wasn't working that day, you bet your ass I would have been there, and I would have been live streaming it too, you know, just to see what was going on, and I hung around later that night to see, you know, what type of extra shit was going on, and partake in that, you know. So it's just like, I mean, I would have taken advantage and, you know, went there myself and checked it out, you know, talked to people, and, you know, just like see what it was. I mean, not like I didn't know what it was, but, you know, still. Because, like I said, I'm, like, eager, you know, for it again and shit, because, like, I know that energy is there, you know, in the country in general, let alone here. But it's just, like, at the same time, there's just so many other, you know, people that basically just, like, placate, you know, a lot of that energy and just be like, nah, don't do anything about it. Because they want to just, like, talk down and basically just, like, you know, criticize any actual, you know, ability or option or, like, chance of actually changing some shit. I mean, like, within, you know, like, the 2020 protests and shit. Like, I remember, like, you know, even, you know, not even necessarily, like, you know, Trumpy types and shit, but there'd be, like, people that would criticize, you know, that'd be just walking by or driving by, and they would legit probably be, like, you know, progressive types or whatever the fuck, but just be like, this is not how you do it, like, this is just, you know, divisive, blah, 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 you know. If anything, they're just more like lib-nimby types, if anything, because they just happen to see this in their backyard, you know, versus, you know, like, everywhere else in the country, basically, you know. And, you know, and I also remember, like, especially where the ICE building was, in Portland, when protests were there, like, they were literally across the street from fucking apartments, and you think, like, you know, the whole tear gassing and all that shit, flashbangs, etc., at, like, you know, midnight, 1, 2, 3 in the morning, weren't happening there as much as the Justice Center or the Fed courthouse. Yeah, there was happening there just as much. And it was, like, literally right across the street from a bunch of apartments and shit where people are, you know, living. But honestly, that in itself is just shitty fucking zoning, and the fact there's an ICE building in Portland in the first place is just ridiculous. Could be retrofitted into, like, you know, a more, like, homeless community housing area where, you know, people can, you know, like have, you know, maybe some, you know, temporary housing and shit, or maybe, like, make it, like, some sort of a community center type of thing, or, like, a library, so, like, literally fucking anything else but a fucking ICE facility. Like, literally tear it the fuck down and make it like a little baby park, even though there's, like, already, like, 5,000 parks around that area. Like, you know, make another green zone for all I give a shit. Make it into a museum or something, like a museum of, like, the local history of immigration there. You're there at the tear gas night, the entire block was completely consumed by tear gas. There was a couple nights where it was like that. Like, there was, I mean, I think I was at that night that you're probably talking about, but there was a few nights like that where the fucking ICE goons and shit did that shit. It went for, like, 6 stories high. Yeah, I think I was there too. I mean, like, honestly, like, I have a patch on my chest rig that says Class War Vet. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I kind of take it to heart a little bit because, I mean, honestly, some of these stories literally kind of meld together. I was the only one standing ground. No one else had a mask that could withstand it. Yeah, I mean, I was one of the few that did too because I have my gas mask. Because, I mean, after, you know, especially what I've seen at these protests the first couple times, I'm like, gas mask, need that. That's why I invested, like, probably altogether maybe like $80 for like $10 for like a hose extension, and the rest of it, you know, for the big filter gas mask that I have. Which honestly, that thing has been a fucking blessing. Never underestimate the use of a gas mask, even if it's an old one. Like mine's a Soviet era, like a GP5. It's a GP5 gas mask. That's like a Polish-made surplus, you know, from back in the Warsaw Pact, and it still works just as well, you know, as any others. Yeah, the vision might not be as good because it's just two eye holes that are like yay big, and that's it. But hey, if it works, it fucking works. That's all I give a shit about. Plus, it looks cool. But either way, it's like, I mean, it was definitely just like a really fucking, like a big mesh of various different things, you know, when it comes to a lot of that shit. Like, there's a lot of various things that directly stick out, and I remember very specific things and like what time, you know, and shit, like during that time. And honestly, I feel like this is probably what, you know, some elements of what PTSD is, but like, you know, some of the trauma of it, you know, it's like a lot of it's just melded together, and some of it's just very distinct and detailed, and a lot of it I can remember exactly when that type of shit happened. Like when I got arrested, I can remember around the time of night, you know, that happened. And you know, like I remember the first day I was there when there was like tear gassing going on and shit, and being in that experience for the first time. I remember that specifically and very vividly. Like, there's a lot of very vivid details, you know, but it's all kind of meshed. Like, but everything else in between is all, like, kind of meshed. It's all, like, mashed potatoes. It's like you get some nice detail of, you know, some seasonings in there, you know, but everything else is kind of it's all mashed potatoes. Ready to die. Ready to die. First I try. Ready shots up to be boys. Boom, boom, bang. Make a big noise. Make it up like big toys. We like to be with rest. Go back to the next of the test. Fact, I'm bulletproof vest. Don't get hot to the no, yes. Shit's fucking raw, dude. You know, honestly, all things considered, with like how 2024 might play out, and I kind of wonder how like some of, you know, these far right elements might, you know, react. I mean, because it's pretty much like by a lot of, you know, political analysts at this point pretty much are convinced that like 2024, in one way, shape, or form, you know, there's going to be like, you know, political violence, you know, that would happen. And especially considering the circumstances, it pretty much is mostly and predominantly going to be from the fucking far right. And, you know, honestly, that's just kind of what I'm more worried about and wondering. Because especially around here, if it's more factionalized, especially like what I was saying earlier with, you know, if like disorganized and left to their own accord, you know, people tend to be a lot more aggressive and do, more irrational things, even when they're already irrational and reactionary as fuck anyway. Because there's not like a sense of leadership to kind of, you know, quell some of that and, well, organize it. So it's just like, if there really isn't any of that, you know, around, then, especially when 2024 rolls around, especially around here, and considering how a lot of people on the far right view Portland, I mean, and honestly, especially, you know, some of these Proud Boy types, I mean, some of them have gone, you know, as far as, like, fucking Texas, you know, to, you know, just fuck with people here in Portland. So it's just like, there's definitely in my mind a chance that, like, yeah, there are people that probably, yeah, might stay locally, but might rally up with a couple of their buddies and go to Portland where the hive of Antifa is, or whatever the fuck, and, you know, try to do some shit or something, you know, and that's what I'm kind of more concerned about, because it definitely will not be like how, you know, like any of, you know, the things in the past have been and shit. Like, you know, if there was ever protests that, like, you know, if I've gone to or some shit, and then, you know, from that, it's like, you know, pretty much times 5 or 10, then, you know, I mean, it's going to be all primarily due to the aggression of a lot of the far right, especially of how they view Portland. I mean, because I've seen comments by motherfuckers like this that literally would think that the Moab, a mother of all bombs, is worthy of being dropped basically at dead center of fucking Portland. Which, funny enough, would probably take out a bunch of their dudes too, because, like, what, you think downtown Portland doesn't have probably some of these far-right weirdos either? Because they most certainly probably do. I mean, honestly, like, I kind of like, I know they do. Because, I mean, even in the greater Portland metro area where I live in, like, they're around here. And live pretty locally. And, like, around the corner, basically, and shit. And it's like, yeah, I mean, it's like, what, you think the Moab ain't gonna hit them? Dumb fucks. It's like, well, you know, sacrificial lambs. They all, you know, they should have been real Americans, real patriots, and left that fucking goddamn commie shithole. If anything, I question their judgment for even being there. It's probably what they would fucking say. Oh, you sleepy fuck. You is a sleepy boy. Yeah, I don't know if it was a human support or somebody else, but I know there was like a thing that about Chris Smalls and his speech that he did today. Oh yeah, it was a human support. Cool. I think I'll check that out in a second. After the song. Name is Amazon Union leader Christian Smalls leads a "fuck Jeff Bezos" chant. Based. Fuck Jeff Bezos, dude. Base chant. We need more chants like that. Ride. Got a black uniform and a silver badge, and blocks of real and cops will pay. Ride out, You know, before getting into the labor thing, I will say this, like, I know with, like, the protests I did go to, I really do hope that there is a way to kind of do, like, some recovery of, like, some of the, footage I did. Because I know that, I don't know if it was, like, my old laptop or my my old desktop before it got fried up, while the hard drive should still be good. Like, I don't know, it was one or the other, but I know I remember saving some shit. And I'm hoping that it's kind of on my old laptop, because that still runs as slow and as, like, chug-a-chug as it is. I can at least still fucking, you know, easily just transfer the files, you know, without having to do, like, a recover. And still have the HDD, I can recover it easily. Yeah, honestly, I haven't moved my old desktop, my little mini box, since it fried up. I mean, honestly, there's like a part of me that thinks that, like, if I try to plug it back in and see if it works, I'm wondering if it isn't fried, I wonder if it's like that fat strip. Well, it can't be that fat fucking strip, because I have other shit plugged in that's still working on that thing. Is it? I don't know. I'll have to double check, because I have to see, because I mean, I hope, like, you know, maybe it was just like, you know, some sort of like, I'm hoping maybe it's like a cable or something, but yeah. Firmware systems to sound like the PSU fried. Yeah, I mean, from what I remember, especially from, because I had it on when that fat-ass winter storm happened. You know, so, because I remember when it fried up, and it was the night that happened, because there was, like, the power went off for, like 4 seconds or less. It was like a second or two, and then fucking came back on, and I think it was during that time. And when that happened, so. But the HDDs probably still work. Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure the hard drive still works, so. And I know I definitely have some stuff saved on there. I mean, not, like, anything super important outside of, you know, just what, I might have saved, you know, from when I was doing shit on Twitch, so. I guess I could still try to see if I can repeal my, ban on Twitch, and if so, then maybe I can still look at my old shit from there, because I know I did perma save some stuff, like clips and shit like that there. So, I wonder if that could work. Because I don't know if necessarily I might, like, stream on Twitch, at least nearly as much, just especially with how, like, ban happy they are with certain shit. Given the Jefferson Bezos streaming, yeah, for real. I mean, I definitely would do it at least just to see, you know, if there's anything left that I could save from that. But, yeah. Let's check out this thing. Boom. Popped up, right? Yep, sweet.
Happy Labor Day, friends. Rather than talking about something that's super newsworthy, I just wanted to take a moment to pump your brains with a little bit of much-needed hopium, because labor is on the rise in the United States, and labor activists are not taking Labor Day off. So Amazon Labor Union leader Christian Smalls led the Amazon Labor Union and Starbucks Workers United in a march up 6th Avenue towards Times Square, and they're making it known that labor is not slowing down anytime soon. Take a look.
We run this down. Who shuts it down? We shut it down. Who shuts it down? We shut it down. Who run this town? We run this town. Who run this town? We run this town. Who shuts
Dude, I'm fucking loving these chants. Who shuts shit down? We shut shit down. Who runs this town? We run this town. I love it.
Now, my favorite part about this march, for obvious reasons, is what happened.
I want to hear that again, honestly. Let's get back to that for a second.
We shut it down. Who shuts it down? We shut it down. Who run this town? We run this town. Who run this town? We run this town. Who shuts it down? We shut it down.
Now, my favorite part about this march,
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
obvious reasons, is what happened when they made it to Times Square. Look at the chant that Christian Smalls led.
Billionaires they gotta go. Billionaires they gotta go. Fuck Jeff Bezos. 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 Billionaires they gotta go. Billionaires they gotta go. Billionaires they gotta go.
Love that. Now, just to be 100% clear here,
Damn, I love it. Billionaires gotta go. Fuck Jeff Bezos. I love it. Oh, Love it.
Edgy for the sake of being edgy. There's actual meaning behind this message. It's a meaning and a message to oligarchs that workers are no longer afraid. Because understand, at these large...
I mean, no shit. I mean, honestly, like, there's, while, yeah, it is a little edgy, I mean, there's fucking merit and reason for it. Yeah, like, billions gotta go. And yeah, fuck Jeff Bezos. Like, I mean, not only is there, like, meaning to it, the meaning is literally, like, self-fucking-explanatory.
They created this culture of fear to where discussing unions and even worker rights was taboo. Like, I remember when I worked at Walmart, on my very first day at orientation, they showed us an anti-union propaganda video, and after being appalled by that, I talked to other, workers, and they didn't even really know what unions were, what the points were, so they kind of just took that anti-union propaganda video at face value, and, that's an anecdote, but I'm sure that that's the case for a lot of workers, but now, workers...
Luckily not me, because we were already unionized by the time I got hired.
Are learning how powerful unions are, and they're no longer afraid. Like, yes, Howard Schultz, Jeff Bezos, they're going to try to retaliate if you organize, but these workers are saying, in spite of the repercussions, we're not backing down, we're not being quiet. So to say fuck Jeff Bezos, they're not just trying to be edgy. It's a clear message that these oligarchs don't have the power that they used to, and there's a lot of value in that statement there.
At least when it comes to the influence of, the culture and zeitgeist, like, economically, and I guess when it comes to, like, the power of the system and the government and, the economic system abroad, yes, but they still do. I mean, but when it comes to the zeitgeist and the influence of their propaganda of, like, oh, their way of, doing the economic system is, the more, like meritable, sancted way of life and shit is not, it's not being sold anymore. Like, people are realizing that it's a bunch of fucking snake oil, and they ain't buying.
Bernie Sanders, who's basically the most pro-labor lawmaker in America, who puts things into perspective. He says that...
Yeah, I kind of want to do it in a Bernie voice. This is Labor Day. Thank unions for the weekends, the 8-hour workdays, a minimum wage, paid overtime, breaks during work, the right to a strike, child labor laws, workplace safety standards, and now let us grow trade union movements and win more for workers.
Unions for weekends, 8-hour workdays, a minimum wage, paid overtime, breaks during work, the right to strike.
It felt kind of robotic just because it's in a tweet form, but hey, you know what? I still feel like it works.
Laws, workplace safety standards. Now let us grow the trade union movement and win more for workers. Now he's absolutely...
Did I nail the accent?
Right. If you're wondering why we have weekends and why there are child safety standards, no more child labor.
Or, I mean, let's just honestly take, some of the more basic points first, because, I mean, child labor laws came in a little later, but when it comes to, 40-hour work week, a minimum wage, the 8-hour work day, like, when it comes to that stuff, I mean, all you have to really do is, curious, I do actually have a book that can just fucking materialize out of nowhere right here. It is, the Haymarket Affair, which happened, and curiously enough, May 1st, or May 4th, actually, my bad, in 1886. So, I had to at least kind of open up the first page just to kind of see the year specifically. I fumbled a year, but with May 4th, when there was a massive labor rallies, not just in Chicago, but throughout various different parts of the country. They lasted multiple days, and on the 4th day in Chicago, there was a massive rally where there was a lot of speeches and shit being made. And near the end of the day, a bunch of police down the block decided to rally up in their fucking, riot gear and shit, for the time at least, and fucking, stroll up and be like, it's unlawful assembly, and blah, 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 their usual shtick as they always do. And then in the middle of that, no one knows who, frankly, probably, agitators or, anti-union workers and shit, that... or not or anti-union worker, agitators and shit that, fucking probably did it, or even cops, to false flag it, themselves, because cops are known for fucking planting evidence and doing false flags. and someone threw a firebomb and shit, which caused a fucking massive explosion and disorientation, and thus a massive fucking shootout where, you know, a bunch of people were injured, killed, and even a crossfire where civilians were even shot that were just happened to be there to watch the spectacle. So it's just like, I mean, this whole fucking affair happened over the virtue of, like, you know, basically fundamentally over a fucking false flag attack, that really no one necessarily knows who did. I mean, not necessarily a false flag, like, it did happen. Like, I mean, people did get shot and hurt and killed and died, and it's like, I mean, there was trials and everything, but, like, in a sense, false flagging is, like, the idea, at least, in a lot of people's minds, it was like, a union worker or like some militant laborer that potentially threw it, which could have been the case, but I mean, considering that, there's only a couple of people that are very militantly rabble-rousing, and they were only near the end of the speech where there wasn't really that many people left in the, throughout that part of the day, like, it makes me think that, like, even if it was the case, like, I mean, would that, like, encompass the entire fucking movement? Of course not. I mean, because there's been, plenty of different times in, within strikes and labor, like labor activism and shit, where this type of shit has happened. And usually it's due to the agitation or the escalation of oppositional forces, usually due to cops. So, I mean, really, it's like, all really is the fact that, like, cops have escalated the situation in that situation due for their preservation of, protecting capital, as police tend to be, for, like, always.
It's because of unions. Now, thanks to propaganda, misinformation, mostly by the right, but also by a lot of neoliberal Democrats, well, support for unions went down over time, but now, because of the rise of labor in the United States, well, support for labor is the highest it's been since 1965, as Gallup points out. And
ooh, doggies. That's some good shit right there, tell you what. And honestly, I kind of knew this already because I remember getting like a Northwest Labor Press paper that, like last year actually, that while not a Gallup poll, it was like a more smaller affiliate poll towards like Northwest Labor Press that it's like more of like a label polling type of thing, kind of similar to Gallup, but a labor-based one. And amongst various, it would still do the same thing essentially, but it didn't have enough to have like such a huge amount of like people to get from. And it basically said the same thing. And now that you have like other polling that has come out since like Gallup and so on, that essentially has consistently been over and over showing the same consensus of unions and labor and worker rights movements being the highest they've been in popularity since then. From there, I mean, it's just hard. You just can't ignore it at this point. Will soon be the highest it's been since 1969. Nice. Yep.
1% of Americans approve of unions. And this is giant. I need you to understand that. To have 71% of Americans support unions, despite the intimidation of workers who try to form unions, despite the propagandistic lies and the right-wing attacks on unions, to have 71% of Americans say we support unions, that is huge. Now, I want to talk about some more
that makes me happy.
activity on Labor Day, because there's things that you can do today to support workers. As in these Times reports, Starbucks workers are hosting pro-union sip-ins, where they're encouraging customers to order low-cost items or just water, and then leave a really big tip for the employees. And then they're also offering conversations about union organization and worker rights and exploitation. And I absolutely love this idea. But if you don't have a Starbucks near you that's hosting this, look, do this. Go order a water and leave them a really big tip. Just let them know that you support them. I think that
I mean, hell, considering my background and shit, and I know there is like kind of a smaller Starbucks not too far away from me. That's like its own separate little building in like a strip mall. I mean, shit. I mean, I kind of wish I wasn't working tomorrow. I just do it tomorrow. It's, kind of do the same thing.
is to perhaps boycott these companies that are making their workers work on Labor Day. But if you want to go there and show support and leave them a nice tip, I guarantee you it's going to make their day. They're going to be really appreciative of that.
Yeah, they will. Order a Dumbball and latte, leave them a $50 tip. Yeah.
Now, let's look at this tweet from A More Perfect Union. They write, all the workers at a Taco Bell in Kansas City, Missouri, walked off the job on strike today as community members cheered them on. They're protesting unsafe working conditions, low pay, and no paid sick days. Yeah.
And wow. And their community literally cheered them on and be like, yeah, fuck yeah, guys. Dude, I mean, honestly, it really is making me happy. And knowing that this is just becoming so much more common. I mean, it does kind of, put a little bit, of like that, like weight on the shoulders. I mean, it takes a little bit of that off. I mean, at least in my mind, because like it just knows and it shows and like kind of proves that like a lot of that, community organizing and, getting more active locally, especially within the communities when it comes to a lot of these issues and when it comes to labor justice, social justice, so on. Like, I mean, it's, those type of things are being, done and they are happening. It's just like, I mean, you just don't necessarily see it, right off top of the bat. Like, I mean, sometimes it takes a while, before it really becomes more noticeable like this.
Relatively short, it's like 45 seconds. I have to share this with you because this video put a giant smile on my face, and I'm sure the same is going to be true for you as well.
I didn't even see the video yet, and I already did. Hey. Hey, she came out with some spunk. She waited a little bit. She was like, whoa, and she charged out there, dude. Hey. Dude, she was pumping herself up. Damn, look at how many fucking people showed up, dude. And wow, this person literally brought a fucking sign that is just the definition of union. Noun, workers come together, use strength and numbers to get things done together. We can't get done on our own. Yep, based and true.
That's what solidarity looks like.
Oh my god, that shit looks fucking... Dude, that's awesome.
Encouraging to see, to have the entire community come out and show support for these workers. Again, 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, that type of thing was not possible.
Not even like 3 years ago.
Think about one of these workers in the position that they're in, right? They're treated terribly, they're exploited, but yet if they try to speak up, then they could be replaced by another worker. Like, they view these employees as expendable, as robots. But they're learning that when you bind together and when you have the community support, well, what are you going to do? If everybody is binding together, if everyone in the store is leaving on strike, nobody's there to run the store. You're taking your leverage back, and these multinational corporations hate to see it. Now, another victory for like...
Good. Oh, their tears are what fuel me. Their tears get processed into a beautiful brew like this for me to consume and get silly fucking inebriated on because it makes me happy. Bourgeoisie tears, millionaire and billionaire tears. Oh yes, let me just consume all that. I can tell Venom's still watching, but it's like, did he get so high he passed out? He was shot for a minute, and then he just like did the equivalent of just like getting so high he passed out.
The National Labor Relations Board on Thursday completely rejected Amazon's attempt to dispute and overturn a historic union victory in New York earlier this year, paving the way for the JFK 8 warehouse in Staten Island to become the company's first ever certified union shop in the United States. In a new filing, the NLRB officer who presided over weeks of virtual hearings on Amazon's election objections concluded that the corporation's protests against the union's landmark victory should be overruled in their entirety. Amazon, which...
Oh... Yes, good shit.
used aggressive union-busting tactics in its failed attempt to fend off the JFK 8 organizing drive, said it strongly disagrees with the NLRB's decision and plans to appeal, claiming that the NLRB and the ALU improperly influenced the outcome of the election. Sure, Amazon...
Oh, they're the ones who they're the ones who, like, improperly weighed the outcome of the election? Are you fucking kidding me? Did we hear that right? Like, let's just hear that one more time.
The ALU improperly influenced the outcome of the election. Sure,
Oh yeah, like, you know, the NLRB and the ALU are the ones that, like, we're just fundamentally the ones that, like, weigh the outcome of the election. Totally. Oh yeah, 100%. Man, get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ. What disgusting fucking malarkey shit is that? Like, what nonsense, dude. Like, considering Amazon, their endless fucking, you know, union busting tactics and their endless meddling and fucking and trying to weigh in the outcomes of their union elections as of late. Yeah, sure. Like, I mean, they already fucked over one, and then, you know, this one succeeded, so it's just like, I mean, it's like, yeah, maybe they are 1 for 1 with it, but, you know, ain't gonna last forever. I mean, that momentum's gonna continue just like as of Starbucks.
Ballots objections. If the company's last-ditch effort fails, it will be required by federal law to begin contract negotiations with the union, which could take months or years. And...
Oh, I mean, you know, I mean, it'd be a long, hard fight, but it'd be one worth it, especially for these people.
They're going to drag their feet. But just understand what's happening here.
That's why it'll take years, and it'll be a long, hard fucking fight. But sometimes that's really just what it takes. Like, I mean, you know, it's like, I mean, like, it will take, you know, sometimes not just months, but even up to a year, 2 years. I mean, like, there's been strikes that have lasted over fucking years. You know, like, you know, up to, like, you know, 2 to 3 plus years and shit. And it's all just for, you know, the basic fucking needs, you know, when it comes to, you know, the average worker and their needs when it comes to the working conditions and their own personal life when it comes to their pay.
Claiming that the election was stolen from him in 2020. These companies are doing everything, including lying and sowing doubt about this democratized vote, and it's pathetic, but thankfully they are losing. Now here's what Christian Small said about this victory. Today is a great day for labor. Amazon Labor has officially won our objections hearing against Amazon. The hearing officer of Region 28 has officially declared that all objections are dismissed and recommended certification. Once again, we've proven that our campaign was power. Absolutely. But that's not all, because as Vice News reports, the National Labor Relations Board is demanding that Howard Schultz issue a personal apology to workers for engaging in aggressive union-busting tactics.
I mean, that's the least of what he needs to do. Maybe he should go to literally every single fucking Starbucks, especially every unionized Starbucks, and go up to them personally. Fuck a video. Make him have to pay for every fucking cent of, you know, his own personal car to drive to every single Starbucks personally to do it. Like, make him pull himself by bootstraps to fucking do it. It's gonna be like, nope, bitches. Yeah, I mean, he will. Like, absolutely, because he's, I mean, and this is the fuck thing about Howard Schultz, because at least when, before he came back, like, when he was initially the CEO, like, I mean, the reason why, I mean, Starbucks was, you know, never a unionized thing for such a long time wasn't just because he was a union buster, but, like, before, you know, the whole manipulation of, like, you know, the benefits and good wages and all that type of shit, like, there was a point where, especially at least under Schultz, where, yeah, you could actually, you know, like, get decent benefits, and not just decent benefits, but actually legit, really good benefits, and also decent wages. But, I mean, that was kind of the whole justification of, like, you know, not having unions there, because it's like, why need it if you got these good things? I mean, you know, because at least, you know, when Paul from Ideology was working at Starbucks for 8 years, I mean, that's kind of how it was a little bit, because he was able to own a condo, you know, while working at Starbucks. You know, so, I mean, there was a lot of different, you know, things, you know, about, like, like Schultz prior to now, that essentially, like he was, where he actually was kind of more of a benevolent-esque style type of CEO. It doesn't mean he was good. I mean, but if honestly, it kind of showed how much of a manipulator he really was. Like, he would, still like exploit, workers, but basically, use the virtue of like, hey, the wages at least aren't that bad, and you get very good benefits, as a way to just, keep people complicit. And, well, I mean, even though he hasn't been around anymore, I mean, like, that ain't working no more. And that's kind of the reason why they brought him back, is, in hopes to kind of restore that type of, element of Starbucks again, where it's like, hey, shit's really good, when you're not in a union with Starbucks, because why be in it when you got it good here? So don't go with the union. And if anything, we'll, have been trying to union bust and fuck over already unionized Starbucks, because if there are, like, non-union workers at a Starbucks still, they're, going to give them more benefits and better outcomes and shit, or at least attempt to, in comparison to the union workers of that Starbucks. I mean, while it might not necessarily work, at least in the long term, I mean, the short term before a union contract gets solidified, I mean, yeah, I mean, they will. It's just a way to kind of do union busting, because it disenfranchises those workers that are trying to unionize. Be like, well, why try to unionize when these people who aren't, are getting a better outcome than I am? So fuck it, fuck the union thing, That's what it is. Like, I mean, it's just another way to, fractionalize people away from the whole idea, and, make them more complicit. And companies, from time immemorial practically have been doing that.
Has to explain in said video.
At least since like corporations under this whole capitalistic enterprise, and corporations as an entity have existed. Maybe not obviously time memorial, but I mean, you get the point.
What their rights are. This comes after the National Labor Relations Board found in a complaint filed on Wednesday that the company is unlawfully withholding benefits from employees in unionized or unionizing stores. It alleges that Schultz, who is worth roughly $4 billion, threatened employees and told them it would be futile to side with the union on several occasions, including...
What are you, a goddamn Borg? Resistance is futile. You will not join the union. Like, whoa, dude. It is futile. Like, what are you, a fucking, like, Borg king? Like, God.
Call to all U.S. employees in a corporate weekly update and in a quarter two earnings call, according to a statement from the NLRB. It also alleges that the company set up a benefits program that would be exclusive to non-unionized workers that would include higher pay, faster sick time accrual, increased training opportunities, and more. Now,
see what I mean? Like, I mean, I was, talking about earlier, and what do you know? I was right.
Amazon and Starbucks, but I just want to stress here that this is a mass movement taking place at numerous corporations across the country. And
why cannot be Bezos wins? That's what this is. I mean, it is, in part.
CEO hasn't seen any stores organized in their company. Well, it's only a matter of time, and currently they're shitting their pants because they know that if stores successfully organize at Starbucks, if warehouses successfully continue to organize at Amazon, well, it's only a matter of time before their workers see that and are galvanized by said labor activity, and they form unions there as well. And I mean, it's already been a pretty difficult journey for people like Howard Schultz, who's trying everything that he possibly can to stop Starbucks stores from organizing. But the problem is that since they formed their first union late last year, more than 100 Starbucks locations have organized. So
I love that. I think it's well over 100 now. I think it's probably been like 100 and like 20 something, I think, at this point. I mean, what's 100 cost 26, so now it's 30. Okay, so I guess it just says, 100 at least for a more perfect union. I could have sworn I saw a number not too long ago, though, like a month or two back, that said like 100 and like, like not like 111 or like 108 or 9 or something like that.
And they're pulling
either way, it's 100 plus.
Every trick in the book. But even though that's terrible, it's a sign that these workers are winning. They wouldn't be doing this if they weren't terrified right now.
Yep. I mean, if you look at, like, you know, what happened in the 38 strike with Disney, I mean, that lasted for 5 months. I mean, it was the same shit. Like, you have Walt Disney was fucking scared at, you know, his pants because, you know, he would take a cut out of his fucking profits and shit because, you know, the sanctity of the family units of his, you know, hierarchical fucking exploitative, like, just system of running his company. Just, you know, suddenly a fracture in his workers didn't take it anymore. And there was also mass solidarity with other artist guilds, you know, from that time that essentially rubbed him the wrong way and basically fundamentally felt betrayed and, you know, shat his pants and never could trust his workers ever again because of that. Which, I mean, despite him being a scumfuck person, especially every step of the way for being that way, I mean, it proves that, like, when the power is, you know, put to the test and, you know, the fucking, you know, knuckle sandwiches, you know, come being served, figuratively at least, and, you know, I guess in some cases even figurative, literally, too. I mean, yeah. So, like, they shit their pants and they get a little scared. and they know it. So, you know, it's like, because when things are complicit and things are all good and hunky-dory, then they have this whole veneer of, like, all's good, but when they realize, oh shit, they don't buy my snake oil, they don't buy my facade anymore, like, then they know and then those same motherfuckers can't trust their workers anymore in that way, because, oh, they've become aware, and they don't want that. They don't like that.
Do what you can to support workers. That means that if you have a store that's trying to form a union, support those workers, stand in solidarity with them, and don't shop at that location in the event.
I mean, I'd say, especially with places that already are unionized, I would encourage, you know, trying to, you know, shop there or at least go to those places or support those as well. I mean, honestly, for my company, that even though it is unionized, I would not encourage that, frankly, personally, just because of how they price gouge the shit out of everything. But, I mean, there doesn't mean you can't necessarily support the union more directly. And also, there's other places that our unions, you know, a part of when it comes to, like, other places like Fred Meyer's, for example, and shit. So, you know, you got options.
Are getting penalized. Never cross the picket line. And in the event you go to a store today, a Starbucks or a restaurant, tip those workers extra well because they deserve it. Workers make this country, workers built this country, and it's about time that they take the power back and have leverage for once and for all over their employers. So that's what I want to leave you with on Labor Day. Not some sad story about how we're all screwed, but a little bit of hopium, because this is the one sign that gives me hope for the future of this country. Workers across this country standing up and demanding rights.
And I love it. I love to say it because it's some good shit. And we need more of that good shit, I'll tell you what. Fairmont is about the same price, Safeway overall. Safeway is cheaper on some stuff, Fairmont's cheaper for others. Honestly, I kind of feel like that, you know, is, you know, partially by design. Because of the whole, like, pseudo, you know, like, the pseudo competition idea. Where, like, pretty much everything is owned by, like, you know, the top biggest corporations and shit, you know, so. I mean, like, Fred Meyer and Safeway aren't no different in that. I mean, especially considering that a lot of the, you know, like, a lot of the stuff that does, you know, get sold from both stores is usually, for the most part, outside of some differences here and there from the two companies, you know, are all the same shit. You know, like, there's national brands, and then you got, like, store brands, and then you got, like, local brands that both stores tend to also carry. Basically, store brand stuff guarantees, you know, some level of profit. National brands definitely guarantee that. Local brands, you know, are kind of like the extra. Because they don't necessarily have to, you know, carry local shit, because especially being a more bigger corporate chain, but they do, on the virtue of, you know, helping the locals, on some guise of being like, you know, some local community based type of fucking store, even though it literally isn't. I mean, it's not like, a grocery store, serving local stuff isn't bad. That's actually, I do like that, because, like, our store, there's, like, a sign outside that says we serve over, like, 101,000 plus different locally sourced items, from different, local companies and shit like that. And that's not a bad thing. Like, if a mega chain, is primarily, sourcing a lot of various different goods, from local stuff, that's a good thing. I ain't gonna doubt, hog on that, but it's like a mega corporation doing that, though, is just doing it just on the virtue of looking like they, support, like local businesses or whatever the fuck. I mean, they are, but when it comes to like that mom and pop shop, like the mom and pop grocery store that probably used to be in its place like 15, 20 years ago, they don't support that. They'll support the local mom and pop businesses that make them money. And then upcharge a lot of their shit. And probably don't give that cut to those same businesses. Because I know there's one local, or a couple things, but at least one that sticks to my mind because of just the name of it, because I've tried their stuff before, and it's actually really fucking good. It's Traza. It's like this local Lebanese, like hummus / like Lebanese based type of like food that's an Oregon-based company. I think somewhere in Central Oregon. I think in like Eugene or some shit, if I remember correctly. And basically, I mean, it's, for the most part, Lebanese style type of stuff, hummus, a little like pita wraps, shit like that. I mean, and, like I said, it's good shit, but, I mean, considering, what the price of it at the store is, it's probably not legitimately what it's worth, if I went to, like, the main factory, of where, a lot of this Traza hummus gets made and stuff. If I bought it there, it legitimately probably would be fucking cheaper. Or if I buy it from, like, some other mom and pop shop or a more local grocery store, if they were sourcing it, it'd probably legitimately be a little cheaper. Because, like, the idea is that, like, oh, the local stuff, because of it being more local, open range, or organic, or whatever fucking other stuff, which, while it might be true, they just use these different things and flowery rhetoric about it to just hyper upcharge it and not actually compensate those, same businesses or workers that made that shit, and, just run away with more of the cash, basically. It's just another form of price gouging, especially with how inflation is now at this point. So much of that is just fucking obvious price gouging to me, and I find it so funny that people still just think it's just inflation, and the excuses and the reasons why are just just some random shit that are just like, what? Some people think it's like, oh yeah, because like the gas and stuff like that, it's caused problems in other markets, blah blah. Oh yeah, the Ukraine war stuff, blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, COVID and stuff, blah blah blah. But it's like, yeah, maybe to some degree, but you really think, things would have, like, evened out by now because of these things? Like, I mean, it wouldn't necessarily make sense at this point, because COVID, yeah, like, while we're still really kind of technically in it, I mean, like, for the most part, like, the heat and the peak of the pandemic and shit, and the peak of the, negative consequences from that have not totally, but for the most part have subsided, especially economically, to some extent. We haven't recovered from it, but it's just like, it hasn't become a major factor as to like, oh yeah, things are just like, continuing to be hyperinflated from it. It's just, a convenient excuse, that is continuously exacerbating problems. And then, like the whole Ukraine war thing too, when that started popping up, and then that, equated to like, oh, the gas and shit like that, which the Ukraine war didn't even have anything to really fuck all of that when it came to gas prices. And then the excuse that somehow Biden has anything to do with gas prices, which I think is kind of fucking silly, because he doesn't. It's like, yeah, he's the one who's like been bumping up them gas prices, baby. Yeah, it's totally 100% Biden. Like, that one really fucking makes me like, really? That one's the silly one for me. It's like, I mean, it's more complicated of a fucking answer as to why it is the case, but basically it comes from OPEC, which is like pretty much like the biggest fossil fuel industry nation, Saudi Arabia, America, and like a couple other countries that artificially control the market of oil and fossil fuels, and pretty much like artificially market their gas for the most part. And that's the reason, in a lot of ways, this is why, the whole shit about gas is all fucking wonky and shit, because they know they can make a lot of fucking money scapegoating shit like inflation as a way to justify them making more profit. And other companies have essentially been like, we could do that, especially in retail, and they've been doing that. I mean, Safeway is exceptionally, well, funny enough, no exception. Like, I mean, they're, like, I mean, one of the probably bigger examples outside of fucking, like, like, I mean, I don't know, fucking, like, Fred Meyer and these other places. Like, the only reason I was reluctant to say, like, maybe Amazon or Walmart is because their couch just being cheaper. But that's just because, they price gouge, but are willing to sacrifice some of the prices of the product, by, making money in other ventures, in other ways. And still fucking over the consumer in other means as well. Because, yeah, maybe, buying something from Walmart might be cheaper than buying it at, like, a Safeway. Or maybe, like, if you're buying... like, maybe not, Safeway, but, like, let's say you want to buy some dishes, set, like, plates or something like that, like, or a basic, kitchen table dish set or some shit. Like, yeah, it might be a little cheaper at, Walmart in comparison to fucking, like, IKEA or wherever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, sure, but honestly, realistically, especially for the actual value of what that set of dishes actually are, especially if you got it, like, directly from, like, the manufacturer, I mean, you're still getting fucked. Because, like, the Walmart prices would just be, like, a little bit more than, fucking, like, direct manufacturer price type of shit, usually. But, I mean, like I said, it's because they're taking a sacrifice, because other companies, price it up way more, mark it up far more. Major corruption going on in Michigan, as opposed to anywhere else in the country. But here, let's see what you mean though. Michigan's constitutional amendment seeking to enshrine abortion rights blocked from November ballot. Oh my God, Jesus fucking Christ. How is Kansas a more, like, right-wing Republican state? How is it more based than fucking Michigan right now? How did Michigan, like, fall so low like that? What the fuck? I mean, it's rhetorical. But, I mean, it's just like, what the fuck? By giving completely on half of the states are successful in undermining this. No hope for those shitholes if politicians arbitrarily reject ballot measures that meet the requirements. Well, there is a thing to be said about people that, can take action, or, when it comes to the mindset, especially of no longer recognizing the authority of, the federal government or state governments. Especially considering, the politicians that literally undermined and don't recognize the authority of the people. So. But, wow. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised that Kansas is actually, like, better on that issue than fucking Michigan. I would have thought Michigan, honestly, probably would have fucking, codified that and solidified it too. Even if it was going to be on the ballot a little later. I mean, honestly, I don't necessarily think it would succeed. I mean, maybe it will, but who knows? I guess we'll have to see how that fucking shit plays out, but I feel like that will most certainly be challenged. Like, there ain't no way that's just going to be, like, just getting away with or gotten away with. Like, that's going to be challenged on some legal level. Everything right, man. Everyone has super requirements, yet this completely unaccountable board is trying to reject based on a laughable and fringe argument. I guarantee it has something. Basically, the root of it is think of the children because, life, the sanctity of life and babies. were dumb enough thought voters to approve the abortion ban. Yeah. And also, they propagandized stupidly, too, because there was, like, there was, like, this local PAC in Kansas that was trying to basically couch, voting, I think, no, was protecting abortion rights, but basically, they were trying to do reverse psychology, basically, by saying yes, voting yes was to protect abortion rights. Like, there's a few organizations that are basically trying to try to fucking whip up votes by doing that reverse psychology bullshit. But evidently, it did not work at all. Because if anything, they probably convinced a bunch of their side that, oh, if voting yes is pro-abortion, then I'm going to vote no. Like, they probably unironically convinced more on their side to do the reverse psychology than the other way around. And that's probably it, too. But either way, I mean, I ain't gonna complain. Which honestly kind of shows that reverse psychology, I think, can work. I mean, while I think it was one where, you know, their own side fumbled it, I mean, it shows that at the root of it, reverse psychology can't work. It's just in that case, it's more of a reverse psychology. Because the reverse psychology of trying to basically get pro-choice activists to vote against their own interests, you know, without reverse psychology, but reverse that psychology by fucking convincing your own side who are pro-life and, well, frankly, pro-forced birth, and by voting, you know, against their own interests. So, which honestly they aren't anyway. It's like they're still voting for their own interests, but without even realizing it, because they could still be pro-forced birth, but for themselves and for their own family and for their own weird little clique of pro-forced birth friends. Like, they could still have their own stupid little fucking views about it without having to have it as legislative law. That's the most annoying thing about these dipshits. It's like, you could still, like... It's like a bigot can't just be a bigot on their own and keep it to them fucking self. Like, honestly, I wouldn't even necessarily have a problem with that, because I personally definitely know, you know, people, even in my own workplace, that probably are a little bigoted about certain things. But because it's, like, basically fundamentally kept to himself and just, like, whatever and never mentioned or anything like that, you know, it's never a problem. And it's like, if they just were to shut the fuck up and just keep their stupid bullshit to themselves, maybe there wouldn't be so many goddamn fucking problems. And maybe people would be able to, like, you know, hang out with, you know, better, and, you know, maybe actually be friends with other people better and interact better and not be so, like, fucking factionalized because of your, you know, because of these fucking weird moral puritanists. Because what I find funny is, like, especially going south, so many people are like, I couldn't be, you know, friends with a liberal or leftist or blah, blah, because they're so hostile, antagonistic, blah, 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 blah. It's like, no. Like, ideologically, you know, I'm pretty, like, you know, passionate rhetorically, especially, but fundamentally, like, someone happens to be conservative or some shit, but never really comes up, like, and we happen to have, like, a beer at a bar together, and I, you know, met you for the first time there, and we play pool together or some shit, and we just chit-chat, and your weird fucking conservative, you know, mumble-jumby foo-foo nonsense never ever comes up, chances are, yeah, I'll probably view you positively, and, you know, probably think of you at least as, like, a potential, you know, bar buddy that I can hang out with and play pool with or some shit. You know, maybe at some point those conversations come up, but because of that, you know, first initial interaction, it would probably be better, you know, like, there would be a better outcome with the back and forth, because there would be, you know, kind of a breaking down of walls and barriers of a sense of being defensive and being, like, immediately repulsed, you know, by one's opinion and shit, because you already know this person, you've gotten to know that person, and it's just like, to immediately be like, well, fuck you, you know, it's like, it's not like there aren't people like that, but it's not common where you are going to get people like that. At least people who you know, at least in my own personal experience, that tend to be conservative, yeah, you know, they tend to be kind of on the surface level, you know, just chill, kind of that happy-go-lucky, compassionate conservative type. And as long as politics, you know, never come up, it's possible to kind of hang out with them to a degree, sure. But, I mean, the problem is that, like, they need to be also comfortable with talking about politics and actually fucking having a brain. Because I know it's possible, because there are it's an outlier, but there are people with more conservative mindsets that are very capable of actually having, you know, a brain and thinking and actually having their own thoughts about things. So, you know, because I know people like that. You know, so it's just like, I know they can. It's just like, do they want to? And I guess in some part, are they even capable of it at this point still? I would hope so. If enough signatures are gathered, it makes about not extra arbitrary boards or other bullshit. Oregon, oh wait, okay, hold on. Michigan's state system seems really fucked up. An Oregon proposed ballot language is submitted to the SOS, Secretary of State office, prior to the gathering signatures. So once the language is approved and signature gathering start, if no signatures are gathered, it makes about no extra boards or bullshit. Yeah, I mean, shouldn't it basically just be like, hey, get some signatures, alright, hey, you know, go for a quick little thing and finalize, you know, some language approvals and get a you know, and then you know, get some signature gathering and get enough signatures. Boom, there you go. It's like, wow. I mean, what a horrible fucking communist idea. Wow, Michigan. I mean, you just fucking, you sat there being some goddamn patriots. Unlike this fucking communist Oregon. The fucking People's Republic of Oregon out here fucking, you know, trying to do some direct ballot initiatives. Pfft. Ugh. Socialist nonsense. And also, like, one thing about, like, some of these, like, social conservatives I know and shit, it's just, like, honestly, like, especially the ones that do at least have some brains, that actually do kind of think, to some extent, or at least are able to have, like, you know, thoughts of their own. I mean, at least one thing I've noticed is that, like, usually whenever, especially it comes to, like, the more conservative administrations, or like Republican governments, you know, overall, you know, like especially like Trump, Bush, or whatever, it always seems to be like this manipulation of like, oh, you know, economically, you know, I like them and blah blah blah. You know, it's like, you know, because I'm kind of thinking about this, you know, about, you know, like I mean, I guess closer / assistant manager. I really don't know what that situation is, you know, going on, but. I mean, you know, because I remember when I was, yesterday when I was closing with him a little bit, when I was doing Mint there, like, it was kind of mentioned, it's like, you know, I kind of like Trump a little bit, you know, because, you know, like, I thought economically it was pretty good, and I thought, you know, I think, you know, if people weren't so, like, antagonistic, you know, towards him and stuff, you know, he wouldn't be so, like, antagonistic himself, and probably could have gotten more things done or something, I don't know. I mean, it's just like, and I honestly, and part of me is just like, if I were to ask him, like, kind of like where, you know, he thought, you know, or like why he thought that, like, you know, I honestly feel like, you know, certain things like the carrier deal would probably have come up, and, you know, or like, you know, him talking about, you know, and, you know, bringing jobs back and shit like that, you know, to America and shit like that. I mean, if I had to take a guess, and honestly, it's like, especially when it came to that type of shit, I mean, obviously, it's just all like faux populist, just bullshit type of shit, where it's just like, I mean, where it's like, well, yeah, I mean, because basically you're just essentially, you know, like being, like manipulated by, populist rhetoric and, on the surface level, what seems like a populist idea, but doesn't actually, at the end of the day, fundamentally, benefit the average person or the average worker and shit. Because, I mean, it's so weird and curious, but it seems like after the end of most conservative administrations, things tend to be kind of fucked. And more fucked than how they left it. It's like when they first start there, it ain't as fucked, but when they leave it, it's more fucked. And honestly, it's like, for me, it's just like, I kind of wonder, like, how... Because I think this is kind of, the one thing that, I definitely try to, figure out a little bit, and I kind of struggle with a little, is like, when it comes to that type of element of, talking to the conservative about, because, like, obviously, when it comes to a lot of these Republican administrations, it's pretty obvious, to criticize, especially when it comes to, like, social and foreign policy type of shit. But an economic level, in a lot of ways can be a little bit more harder to explain, especially when it comes to, these type of deals when ostensibly it seems pro-worker, like what was it, like 2017 or some shit? I think it was 2017 when that carrier deal was done, like the whole, like, domestic, steel factory, jobs, bringing shit that he promised, like, I forgot what he promised, like 15,000, 10,000, something like that, and only, at the end of it, when all said was done, he only basically brought 1,000 back, and the rest of it was, continuously outsourced, or still outsourced. I mean, so, basically, like, 10% or less of what he was promising, basically. I mean, and it's like, that's just an example of it. It's like, yeah, ostensibly it sounds like a good thing, but if you actually read between the lines, it's bullshit. I mean, it's just fundamentally a very pro-business, pro-corporate thing to do with that, because, I mean, that's what corporations do. Like, they'll be like, hey, here's, like, some good benefits or, like, some good stuff, that would actually be, very beneficial for you as a worker. But then when you read between the lines, it's actually bullshit. Like, there's a lot of caveats and nuance, to be like, oh, actually, if this happens or that happens, or if you request it in this way, or if you don't call in this time, or if you don't request it in this certain amount of time period, or blah, 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 then, you're just SOL, basically. And that's basically the fundamental problem. It's like, I mean, even for the people that are kind of conservative-minded, that do have a brain, and I can tell that they do think about shit and have, somewhat of a critical thinking mind, somewhat at least. I mean, it's like, it's not totally been like, like, I mean, what's the word for it? Like tended to, it hasn't really been like tended to, or like, brushed up on and shit, or like, like, kind of like, tending to it, fertilizing and like, a sapling, for a tree or some shit. Because like, when you have, like someone who's like that, it's like, I mean, it really takes them to kind of like show them, and especially when they kind of come to the conclusion themselves, when it comes to that, being able to, help them kind of read between those lines and show them like, hey, it actually is kind of some bullshit. Because I know, like, especially for, like, my night assistant manager, like, especially for a lot of things when it comes to, like, the healthcare system, especially right now, with his mom, which I really feel bad for him for that. And like, financially, rent, work, like, all these fucking things that are hitting him all at once right now. It's just like, I mean, it's like, he can read, between lines. I mean, even he says, like, I'm not stupid. It's like, because he ain't, like, he knows. It's just about, like, really fundamentally, like, the lines between the lines, like, the extra details and shit. But at the same time, when you have so much compacted into you, it's so easy to latch out to something that is so easy, as easy, like, yeah, it's like that, when it comes to especially like faux populism and shit. I mean, it's why you get like, somewhat popular type of figures, despite, a lot of their, darker intent and shit, like, I mean, like for Louisiana, like Huey Long, or like, Trump, nationally, or fucking, Bush, to some extent. Reagan, as well. Another one. And Nixon too, as well, to a degree. So, I mean, it's just all fucking ridiculous as shit. Boo boo. Well, look at you. You look so sweet and cute. Yeah, I didn't even read your thing. The funny thing is, my conservative side of family stopped accepting contact from me. So my conservative grandfather had a birthday message. He never replied. Second time in a row. He can fuck off this point for all care. And he's still alive because he comments on my bro's Facebook posts sometimes. But he doesn't comment on your shit? Dude, that's like some scummy shit. Like, even in my conservative granddad on my dad's side, even my conservative family from Texas, like, will respond to me and hit me up, and I respond back. Like, I mean, there's even, like, some surface level, like, communication and, like, relationship there, that even with my conservative side of the family. I mean, if I had it my way, I mean, I just keep it pretty vague and just kind of, on a familial level, but not really beyond that. Didn't you know you're a leftist? A little, I'd say a little bit. I don't think, to the fullest extent. They definitely don't know I'm bisexual and a queer person. They definitely do not know that, and I will never open that up to them. Like, as far as I'm concerned. And, at least when it comes to, like, leftism, yeah, a little bit. Like, they definitely know I'm not conservative. Like, they probably think I'm kind of, like, more of a liberal type, more than anything. But I think the last time I was there, especially with me being more, like, pro-union and pro, like, labor union-wise at the time, like, I think, whatever leftism, they were exposed to with me, was not necessarily the same as I last saw them, which was back in, like, 2018, when I wasn't really as aware and knowledgeable about, when it came to, like, labor leftism and shit. So they saw, I think, they saw a little bit more of, like, a, more socially progressive lefty type, the second to last time they saw me, when I was at my cousin's wedding. And then the last time they saw me, I think they kind of saw more of that, like, blue-collar labor lefty type that they can, have a more compatibility with. Because I know there's been a couple times they asked me questions about that type of stuff, and there's been times I talked to them about it, and have been, some extent, actually even supportive. Like, they were pretty supportive when I told them about, especially when it came to some of the things that the company was doing when it came to stalling our contract. Around that time, I was actually, one time I was with my mom around that time, and her sister happened to, my aunt happened to call up, and we had a conversation, and I happened to, take over for a second and say what's up and all that, and told them about my work situation. And if anything, they were actually pretty supportive. It was like, yeah, I hope, your union, gets the contract, set up and stuff, and your company doesn't do that to you, because, yeah, I mean, you deserve that pay, and blah, 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 so, I mean, I don't know if that's just because, they're supportive of the fact of the family aspect of it, or if, there is, like, maybe some vague, tacit, generalized, pro-union element in them. I mean, it hasn't really been totally explored, and at least, to the ones that I didn't talk more in detail with, it's, they didn't really know much about it at all. So, I mean, I'd say, like, at least at this point, whatever leftism, like I said, that has been exposed to, it's ones that they haven't really, it's like an element of leftism they haven't really been exposed to at all. Or at least not in the way that, I can couch it to them. Which is good, honestly, because it makes it more easier to, plant that knowledge into them. And if they were to, like, look that shit up on Wikipedia or, like, some website or something like that, then, chances are they'd probably get a lot more of a, pro-labor perspective from that, because they looked it up more specifically. Like, if I, told them about, like, I actually remember, because I don't know where it went, but I used to have a pen of the gravesite of Frank Little, who was a labor agitator who got lynched in Montana. For a lot of his labor actions during the copper and coal mines that were getting unionized around in Montana and the Midwest at the time. And I remember my grandma, when I was at my cousin's ranch, asking me, it's like, because she said, she looked at the pen that I had, she's like, Frank Little, and you kind of read the little thing, because it said, died in the hands of a capitalist to serve his fellow man. And she was like, well, who's Frank Little? And she didn't really say anything about the whole, like, capitalist thing. She was just kind of curious about who he was. And I just kind of told the general gist about him, and about kind of generally about, like, what he was about and what that was in itself. And I kind of remember cousin saying, it's like, you said a lot of big words, and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't understand half of them. I'm like, well, that's fine. I mean, honestly, it's like, hey, like, next time I have a one-on-one with you, like, I don't mind chatting it up with you. If you don't know anything, I'm most certainly happy to tell you about it. Because for me, that kind of shows, like, that's good. Because, whatever stuff, when it comes to unions that he does know, it's very little, and that means that whatever anti-union type of knowledge he has is also very little, if any at all. So, which I like. I mean, I think it's just, I mean, I would have to really be more direct and ask them about stuff like that, just because I don't know what all of their opinions are about it, at least, with the various different family members I have in Texas, just because, I mean, I know some of them seem to at least be supportive of it to some extent, and I know some of them just don't know anything about it at all, but I don't know if there's any, like, criticisms, or, like, if they do know any anti-union, ideas, or, rhetoric or anything like that. Probably similar to Harley's wealthy relatives, actually. Probably. It's also why I definitely don't mind necessarily, like, being in Texas, so to speak, I guess, because, like, I mean, like, despite my family in the South being pretty conservative in various different ways, I mean, they're also pretty, like, legitimately, like, somewhat moderately centrist liberal types as well, within the family down there, and, I mean, there's also at least somewhat of a mindset in most of them, that are actually pretty open-minded about wanting to at least hear the other perspective, so to speak, even if they don't agree with it or like it. There's only a couple of them that I would say that they will immediately shut you the fuck down and be like, no! It's like, we do not accept this in this household. I mean, there's actually a decent amount that are kind of like that, but, I mean, how many Trump flags on their ranch? There's only one of them that I would say would be like that, and they actually don't have any. Like, there's only two of them that I know that are legitimately, like, Q, MAGA, Trump, conspiracy, Fruit Loops. But, like, that are also very hardcore Christian as fuck and very evangelical, even more so than the rest of the family. But, the rest of them, no. I mean, they definitely don't have any either with that type of stuff, but they definitely are pretty friendly to Trump. There's only, like, a few of them that aren't, like, blood related, but by marriage and stuff like that, are part of the family that aren't as like that. And because of that, I think has also softened some of the more conservative views of some of my family, because, especially with what I've been told about, like, some family members in the past, I mean, It's like, man, they seem to have been more conservative, if anything. I mean, there's only been a few of them that I think have gone, if anything, even more conservative in comparison to the rest. Because honestly, I'd say over time, at least with not the Q ones, like the MAGA type ones, but the other conservative types, like, if anything, I'd say that a lot of their views over time have actually slowly softened. They're still conservative, they're still, like, evangelical Christian types and shit like that, but, not as, like, passionate, so to speak. Well, that's not even the right word. They still are very passionate about it, but not as, like, hardcore pumping it down your throat, I guess. Is the best way to put it. Because they'll still want to, like, proselytize to you to a degree, but, I mean, I'd say nowadays they're probably not as, like, as vehement about that. They've softened a little bit from that. Which, I'm certainly okay with. The only one that hasn't with the whole, like, proselytizing religion and shit, that, if anything's gotten even way more, is my grandma. Which I'm actually okay with saying her nickname, because her nickname, Mimi, like, she is, like, a hardcore proselytizer of, like, the whole religious stuff, but she's also, like, I don't even know, she's like 90 something. 95 plus. I know that much. She's like, what, 96, 97 or some shit? I don't even fucking know, dude. She's old. But despite her age and shit, she's actually still got her bearings, still cognitive. I mean, the only thing is that she is deaf as fuck. It is so hard to talk to her because you have to talk like this very loudly and very distinctively. And I hate talking like that because I feel it's just like, I mean, honestly, funny enough, I was the last person she ever drove. And that was the last time I was there. And she could still drive, actually. Like, which is scary, but she can. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, it definitely shows that some old people, especially if they, care about their health and at least, tend to their health, can live, really old and still have their bearings. Like, unironically, my 90-plus-year-old grandma has more cognitive awareness than goddamn fucking Joe Biden. Like, I'm not even kidding. I mean, it's not like she's all there, but, like, I mean, shit. She's at least, like, 85% there still. The other 15% is just because she's tired of shit and she wants to take a nap. So, I mean, it's like, fuck. I mean, honestly, just every now and then, like, my grandma will still, throw some sass every now and then, shit, in her old age. And it's like, damn. I mean, even though she's definitely very, like, I mean, again, due to her age and, obviously the time she was growing up in, it's gonna be hardcore religious. I mean, she's actually pretty fun to hang out with. If I ever become one of those Jesus take the wheel old people, bug me and Roblox my car. Oh my god. Okay, I'm holding you to that. 50 years later, it's like, alright, Jesus take the wheel, I can drive. I'm going to just with my cane, I'm like, alright, I'm gonna mug you, son of a bitch, get out of that fucking car, yeah. Just drive into some field. Just dose in gasoline, just torch it, and just Roblox the shit out of that fucking bastard. I'm holding your word to that shit. Oh my goodness. Gonna want to have these root beers. Mm. Look at this! No! 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 God damn it! put too much force on it. Oh, oh, god damn it. Well, hey. I was able to get it open anyway. Hold on. I want to get rid of all that sharpness so I don't cut my fucking lip every time I sit. What was that? Whoa! A cool Gesundheit, Zukov. Oh! You know what? Since his last name is in Russian, how do I... What is, like, bless you in Russian? Yeah. Yeah. What in the... Buti Zdovori. What? What was it? No! Give it to me! Oh my god, what did it just do? Okay. God damn it, I have to fucking do it again, because it pulls a bee in a butt. Okay, here we go.
Будьте здоровы. Будьте здоровы.
Будьте здоровы. Будьте здоровы. Будьте здоровы, Zukov. Yeah, I'll probably bullshit my way around on whatever new weird age technology that makes old man Adam something cringe. What is this weird old fucking new age technology foo-foo nonsense? What is this weird VR self-driving AirPod that you speak of, you fucking Gen Gamma? Oh, Gen Gamma, I say, these fucking weirdos. And their weird foo-foo technology, I see. You know, what's messed up is that we're probably gonna just be goddamn fucking... we're probably gonna be the boomers that we complain about nowadays. Like, we one day will be the boomers. Just build trains. Yeah, instead of being like, push so much bootstraps, we're like, just build trains and self-climate change, you fucking stupid bitches. You sons of bitches. I don't know what, like, lingo will be used to, like, throw at the younger generations of that time, but we'll throw some shit at them. We'll have some lingo for them. Just like the boomers did for us, of, like, woke, cultural Marxist, communist. Yeah, we're throwing that one out, even though it's basically as old as the fucking 1890s. We're still using that one. Adam Sum's gonna become the world's first ever get off my lawn. It's a Yimby. A Yimby? You're in my backyard? Get off my lawn. Get off. You're in my backyard. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell yeah, new apartment tower. Hey, damn kids need to get off my lawn. Yeah, his lawn is just like a little back patio space that just kind of circles around the entire fucking apartment on the outside. That's what you get. That's what you get, you little prick. Look at you. I'm gonna throw a treat at you. And not just, like, give you one. I'm gonna, like, unironically, like, throw one at you. Oh, here we go. Yes, on my backyard, the University of NB, pro-development people. Oh. Up. Good boy. You gave it back to me! How did you do that? Come on. You did it again! You actually, like, do you not know how to grab? Data boy. I would technically be a Yimby, though I really want the weird capitalist Yimbys like Yang. Yeah, I mean, I personally want to be honestly, like, I mean, obviously I wouldn't want people literally on my lawn, but frankly, if, like, across the, like, if there was, like, you know, down the street, like, maybe, like, you know, one or two little, like, tents or something, or whatever the fuck, I mean, I wouldn't complain. I mean, I'd just be like, hey, what's up, you know, just kind of see what they're about, and just make sure they're chill. And if they are, then alright, we're cool. That's pretty much how I feel. And as long as that's the case, then whatever. And as long as, like, hey, you know, if anybody, you know, if you got buddies or people that come along here, as long as they're chill, you know, I'm chill, you know, so just don't bring, you know, some bad blood type of people around here, and, you know, things will be cool, you know, so just keep it on DL, and you should be alright. Because honestly, especially around here, and as long as, like, neighbors are aware of what, and communicate with them, and be like, you know, and just, you know, or tell them what's happening and what's up, chances are probably going to be chill with you. I mean, honestly, I know that there probably are NIMBYs even in my own street, you know, frankly, but at least for me, and I know at least for a couple other people, like, I mean, you know, as long as they know that things will be chill and nothing, you know, comes from it necessarily, then they're not going to really complain too much. And also, as long as you don't, like, obviously fucking trash the fucking area. Like, if you keep it pretty inconspicuous for the most part, then, you know, people aren't going to really give a shit. It's just hard to do that when you have, like, little Wheelervilles and shit, you know, running amok and stuff. Like, it's kind of hard to, like, keep things up when you have so many fucking people that are in one spot like that. Because not everyone is about, like, you know, who's homeless is about, like, cleaning up after himself. Not everyone has that mindset. UB group is mostly leftist libertarians united against moderates. The Oregon zoning reform bill was party lines, so it was Portland City Limit Eugene Democrats along with. We're going to keep going with that. Eastern Oregon Republicans who passed it over objections to suburbanites of both parties. Huh. What's the best way to settle a dispute? Jousting, walk down, fist fight, chess, sports 1v1. Jousting. It's like, hey, I need to settle a dispute with you, motherfucker. Get on your fucking horse. Get your jousting lance. Let's go, bitch. We're gonna do it like the Toms of yore. Just go fucking jousting status of that bitch, dude. Oh my god. After that, it'd be chess. After we do a jousting, if you feel like, you know, the dispute has not been settled, then we should do some chess. I like how most people did fist fight. It's like 46% at fist fight. It's like, come on. It's too brutish. You gotta have it like, you know, like high-minded, you know, like jousting or some chess, you know. I don't know what a walk-down is, but sports 1v1 is kind of like in the middle. It's like sports can potentially, you know, devolve into fistfights depending how aggressive and fucking roid rage people are. But it's also a pretty sophisticated, you know, game like jousting or chess. I was a big fan of that bill, but mostly because the bill benefits him if he chooses. If his mom decide to tear down their house, they could replace it with a duplex or even a triplex now. Really? And would it be able? And would they be the ones that would be able to live in it and actually benefit from that? I mean, it's like that's kind of why I'm, you know, like, I mean, I would be, I don't know. I mean, it seems like something that would probably be if they don't sell the land. Well, hopefully they don't. Because honestly, like, the spot that they're living in is really necessarily a bad area. Especially for where he works at and for, you know, where his friends are and shit. The bill legalized missing middle housing in most of the state. Boo boo. Who's sweet little baby? Oh, here. Put some back where music up. So just kind of just chilling at the moment. What are you looking at me like that for? What's up, baby? Finally, we can page on it. House Bill 2001. Huh. Allows for alternative, more economical types of content. This bill is exempt inclusionary housing and allows for more affordable housing to be built. The bill allows fourplexes and college clusters, which are so small homes built in around community backyard or green space to be built on that zone. Will take effect in 2020. So this is already a thing that's happening. So if it's already in effect, and how come Tyler hasn't taken advantage of it? I guess his mom specifically. Kotek's biggest accomplishment, along with the corporate tax for education, in my opinion. Yeah. There's not really too much on the wiki page on it, but it's in effect. You probably don't have the money. It costs a lot to. Well, yeah, I get. Yeah, fair enough. I kind of thought maybe there was something in the bill that might have been that like would help landowners be able to like revitalize their homes, to kind of meet with those type of things. But I guess I'm expecting too much. But yeah, it does cost a lot to do that type of shit. I mean, I guess that's why, they would have to sell the land to do so. Like, if they wanted to, like, revitalize it, they would have to, sell it and thus be able to tear it down and maybe rebuild it in the way they probably would prefer. But, it probably wouldn't really be, worth it at that point. Probably at that point, but you just better sell it. Big benefits is for empty lots and formerly single-family areas. Those lots can now be used to house more people, which is good, honestly. Because empty lots, definitely need to be expanded into housing more people. That'd be a good idea. Offer grants to lower-income people to replace ancient homes with plexes. Yeah. Honestly. Like, hey, it's like, here's like a grant that is like the equivalent of like the basics of, building a, not like, anything luxurious, obviously, but like the most basic, needs of like, some sort of like a duplex or like, like kind of a single, like type of home or some shit. And then just like, use that as ability to kind of help revitalize, some housing and shit, of what's for the people that already do live there. Because let's say if, you got some people that have, lived in an area for a while, but, like, there's a couple empty lots and there's, like, suddenly now very new fancy buildings and stuff, that kind of, contrast, in comparison to their older place and shit, that doesn't really do them much favors, especially when, their the price, that, for them, they'll essentially kind of get priced out, of where they live. It would be forced to move. I mean, it's kind of the problem of gentrification in a way. It's because, I mean, it really isn't like, things like that kind of taken into consideration, or whether purposely or otherwise, and it just isn't, something that's in account. Even though it should be, because, I mean, it's like, because there's a lot of people that, lived, and own property that, have homes that have been there for a while, but, yeah, legit could use some revitalizing. I mean, fuck, I'd say my house is one of them. Like, I mean, personally, in my opinion, I personally think the house, electrical, literally everything about it could be gutted. Walls, everything. And, like, the exterior can be kept, but just, like, have it totally retrofitted and totally modernized and, kind of, reorganized of, like, where rooms are and shit like that a little bit. I mean, it's just like, I personally would probably keep the walls. I mean, like, the setup of the house, it ain't that bad, but it's just like, at least for being retrofitted and shit, I mean, shit, they could use it. And not just down the street from me, it's like new houses being built up, which look a lot more, well, bigger and fancier. That's enough land to end the housing crisis. Yeah. It didn't have, like, more smaller freeways, kind of, like, have, like, smaller veins that bleed into some of these smaller freeways that already go into Portland. I mean, it's just, like, there's already, some pretty major roadways that can, get into Portland that doesn't necessarily have to clog up all of Portland, being, with the major artery that is I-5 that clogs a lot of Portland traffic on top of Portland traffic already being fucked as it is. As more and more people move here, and a lot of the roads aren't necessarily able to accommodate for so many people driving on the fucking roads as it is now. There's no way to build them. Ideas to eliminate every name to I-205 to I-5. Yeah. That's pretty much the best idea, really, because I-205 already kind of is on, like, the outskirts of Portland for the most part, and kind of, a lot of that bleeds into either smaller freeways or into more major roadways that essentially from there, go into, Portland directly. So, I mean, that would make sense. Ooh. Good burp. Or rerouted through the industrial area in US 30. I mean, I feel like that would make more sense because, I mean, if, like, a lot of these major highway areas, especially like I-5, for example, are used especially for main industrial and, like, commerce, for the most part, and if people are usually traveling from one place to another, they're not going to cut through all the way through Portland unless they're, well, cutting through Portland to go to another city. So it's just like, I mean, for me, I think it would just make sense, for something like that, because then, like a lot of commerce and a lot of trucks that are getting shit delivered into areas like industrial area or vice versa, whatever the fuck, it'd be easier. 26 would be connected to I-84 and essentially be an extension of that. Yeah, like, honestly, there could be a lot of revitalization of the freeways and the highways around here and eliminating I-5 that actually could potentially be beneficial. Well, I suppose maybe in certain areas that might make traffic worse, but if you revitalize a lot of those areas when it comes to that, and, take it in accordance and accommodate for that, at least, when what is necessary, at least what you can do, because adding more lanes doesn't necessarily solve that. I mean, as you can tell with plenty of places that have, like, 5+ lanes, I mean, don't solve shit. So, I mean, with that, I mean, it's like, accommodate best you can, but, I mean, it probably would legitimately be better, especially when it comes to so much fucking, people either having horrible housing or no housing at all. And Portland ain't the only one that's being affected by it, but shit. I mean, maybe it's just because obviously I live here in comparison to other major cities, but at least, from what I can see, Portland has options. I don't know about other places like LA or New York or, these places, but At least Portland, seems like we do. It's like, does anyone want to actually, like, say fuck you and actually put the money in it, you know, to do it? Colorado Regional Rail, put a rail line down the old I-5 alignment, build housing, parks, and businesses, and rest of the land. The rail takes up fuck ton, less space than freeway. Oh, absolutely. Like, a railway is, like what was it, like, you know, for at least a railroad track in itself, it's like from hand to hand. I mean, obviously it's cut off because, you know, of circumstances, you know, shit, but like it's about as like wide as me, and obviously a train car is wider than that, but you know, so like basically times me by like 2, and that's about as wide as like fucking, you know, a train, you know, railroad would be needed basically. And obviously maybe like 15 and 20 feet worth of, you know, space up, you know, for it, you know, to, you know, go through like in tunnels or whatever the fuck. But like that's not really a big deal, especially if you're in a city, unless you have like walkways above it, which that'd be kind of cool. Kind of like lean over on like a little pedestrian bridge and, you know, kind of check out the train and shit. That's why I like that bike trail bridge that was built up like years back. Because every now and then I do like kind of chilling out and watching some of the trains. Or the Max. But half the time, like 90% of the time, I'm on that bridge and I look at the Max and I see it coming down. I hate that. Because it means I'm like, oh fuck! I have to start running. Rail line's about 12 meters wide. I-5's 50 meters wide. That's a major fucking difference. I'm just talking about like a singular rail line, but I guess if you consider like, you know, there would be multiple rail lines, you know, side by side. Yeah, like it would be, you know, 12 meters maybe for like 2 rail lines. Well, for one, I mean, also because you're considering like, you know, the rail cart in itself and then space in between that, you know, so nothing's literally like bumped right up against it and shit, obviously. Like, I mean, there needs to be some space so, like, technical, you know, like, maintenance trucks and shit like that can drive on the side of it and, you know, the whole shebang, you know. 2 tracks plus space between them. Yeah. And and also I'm assuming, like I said, like, you know, like a maintenance, you know, side ditch or side road where, like, a maintenance truck, you know, could drive over on side and, you know, and shit like that. So, because I know, like, you know, at least in... not everywhere, but like at least in where accessible, you know, there's at least like some space where like, you know, maintenance crews can, you know, bring a truck over and check things out if needed. Obviously, if you can't do that, then, you know, you can't do that, but I mean, in an urban environment, it wouldn't be too hard because you could kind of put the tracks, you know, in the road, so to speak. City Street, yeah, that's what I mean, like city streets, because it's already like that in Portland as it is. Like, there's a few rail lines that already go through a lot of different industrial areas and shit like that as it is. So, I mean, you know, you can, you know, I mean, you can do whatever the fuck you know want and have them driving over that shit. I'm just kind of talking around here, I guess, because I mean, you don't got a more urbanized environment, you know, like it's grass and dirt and rocks. Boo boo. You boob. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot to pull some music. Probably be elevated rail line. City streets would be too slow for that type of service. Yeah, it would. It'd be kind of cool if it was an underground rail line, but asking for way too much of that. But here, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, so play a tune really quick and be right back. Man, you know the keyword, do you? What do you? Underground might work even better. Just reuse part of the existing I-5 ditch. Oh! You know, honestly, I didn't even really consider that, but yeah, you know what? You actually would be right. Are you not gonna come here? Really? Just look at you, your little face. You got a derpy little goof face. Come here. Come here! Let's not come in here. Come, get over here. Sukov. Hey! The idea is the pipe dream, but that would seriously improve the city and be completely dissolved housing across this. Oh yeah, it would. I mean, honestly. Man. Too bad, you know, like, pipe dreams are essentially, like, the equivalent of, like, you know, rational, like, nuance, you know, ideas that could legitimately be considered, but... no, they're considered pipe dreams. Can't afford it. Also, that would allow for an epic East Waterfront Park. Oh, yeah, you're right. Dude, that would be cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have more of this burrito. It's a little cold, but I don't care. Mmm. Oh, now you come here, huh? Asshole. Part was actually under real consideration like 20 years ago because the porcelain last suit and Mara was a big supporter. No shit. Well, if only we had that mayor again. I mean, I feel like it actually be legitimately like a decent proposal if it was run now. I mean, I don't know if it would be passed necessarily right off the bat, but I think it would actually probably gain momentum over time if it was consistently pressured. Amazing. Shit. Getting our progressive mayor could be an option. Progressive governor would be even better because so that you have a huge say in it. So burrito? No, actually my roommate made these up. Well, I mean obviously I doctored them up as in for making into burrito, but as for having them made up and ready to go, that was actually my roommate. The Italian beef sausage. Ramito burrito. Yep. The Ramito burrito. It's fucking amazing. I put a little Spanish rice in mine. Well, Spanish style seasoned rice and shit. God damn, so good. Mm. Mm. I got like a baby one right here because I filled one way too much. So this is eating my last burrito. Angry Spaniard noises intensify. And they can get mad. They're the ones that colonized Mexico in the first place. They can't get angry. It's gonna be a baby burrito, but hella wrapped insanely. Mm. Mm. Good shit. I also have chicken tenders too. I think I'll save those for tomorrow though. Mm. 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 I'm just enjoying myself with this burrito and goddamn and spank dank. Mostly less than cilantro on this one, but this is just like what spilt out of my other burrito that I started with. But it's still pretty hell amazing. What the fuck is this? Elon Musk slams Amazon Lord of the Rings series. Tolkien is turning in his grave. Is he saying lol, me and Elon agree? What the fuck? I mean, what? Rip City. Fuck you, Elon. I want nothing to do with billionaire being shit. Bezos and Musk need to take their dick whacking contests elsewhere. Preferably to the sun, or literally to the center of the fucking earth, like the actual core of the earth. I just don't want to hear about that dumb Bezos show. It's being spammed in ads, spammed on YouTube. I don't care. Both those billionaires gonna shove it. I feel the same way, dude. They need to fuck off to the weird commune thing on Mars already. No, they really do. I hope they all go insane completely. Not like they are there already as it is. But I hope they like really go insane and it collapses and they all basically just like, you know, die on Mars. Logan agrees, but he's kind of like fallen victim for the dick wagging context. Because basically it's like dick wagging is who can gain more agreement or popularity or whatever the fuck. When it comes to gaining their wealth and, you know, influence. It's like they're basically, you know, the dick wagging contest is like, you know, how can I get more, you know, influence on the consumers? And Elon Musk is winning it, at least when it came to Logan in this case. It's like, bruh. And I was just like, I just watched a movie on Aretha Franklin. It's like, okay, oh my god. Oh, I'm looking at it, it's saying he's typing right now. Oh my god, he's about to literally go on a fucking rant. Here we go, boys, let's go. Like, alright, he's about to. Oh my god, I'm seeing it. It's inevitable, dude. It's gonna be like 5 fucking, like, paragraph essay long, like, spams of shit. You realize that hard life she had. Not, oh my god, movies are not based on the actual life. It's a dramatization. Some of it's fictionalized. Like, oh my, okay, oh my lord, okay, oh my god. Okay, at least he's saying some actual facts, though. First woman dug in the Hall of Fame. Donate $100 million to charity. Yeah, I mean, she was in Blues Brothers. Okay, yeah, all right. So he's saying at least some stuff that's actually true about her, but unless he's making a documentary. Woo woo. What? What's up, baby? What's up, Zukov? Amazon of Rings. Amazon of the Rings. Rings of the Amazon, or whatever the fuck it's called. It's just basically trying to struggle. So, yeah. She got a President Medal of Freedom, which, sorry, it's long range doesn't give to them to go. As if the Medal of Freedom honestly really means much at this point, especially. It's like, oh, well. She probably got it when it was worth a fuck still. I knew it, by the way. He's on like a fat fucking essay of comments. Paragraph, sentence, sentence, paragraph, sentence, paragraph. Oh my god. Why is he like that? Why can't you just type it all in one fucking comment? how do I kinda... Yeah, I do. Hey, oh, hi. Jesus Christ, bro. Come up here. Yeah. Oh. You're supposed to work for that, Zuko. I wanted you up here, but it's gonna make you do like a paw or something. No. What a dork. What up, Sir Dog? Oh my god, is he fucking... He still fucking thinks that he's like chewing tools and shit. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, I don't know if anyone else is like, that better not be one of my tools. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, he actually still thinks he's doing that. Like, are you... it's like... I don't even know. It's like, what a boomer mode. What a boom moment. Oh my god, now what is he doing? Now what's Logan doing? Oh my god. What's he even... I don't even... Okay, now he's just like... Now he's like talking about something that I don't even know if it makes sense. Oh, look, what will you ever do if you... Leo's fucking meow. Wait, yeah, what time is it? It's almost at the 4-hour mark. What would be like a tune that would like kind of round it close to that? Right, you know what? Take a quick little Ganda on tube real quick too. Oh, what is like in my fucking nose itching it? Yo, Calf, what are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, you. What are you doing? Come here. Come on, boo-boo. Come here. Oh my god, what a goofball. What a goofball. Are you gonna come here or not? No? Hey, get it. Get that. Yeah, you see that? Yeah, see that moth? Go get it. You don't want to? Man, you're a piece of shit. Come here. Are you gonna come here?
Go on, Charles.
Guy need to move out of the way, bro. Yeah. There you go. Come here.
Yeah, good poochers.
Hey, get away from that. Oh, that's my scone. You don't eat that. Oh my god, you mutt. Look at you. Look at you. You're crazy. Hey, patient. You need... Oh, I'm so glad those are just cans. Oh my god. You need to learn patience, bro. Hey, you can be here. May need our patience. Good boy. Stay. No, stay. 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 This is a new trick where you stay. Paw. Good boy. There you go. You already knew that was coming up. Atta boy. Good boy. I have to kind of teach him, because or else he's going to be like a very impulsive son of a bitch. He has no manners. That's what Mom said. He's like, he's not a mannerly dog. He's like, he has no manners. I'm just like, I don't think a dog knows or can be taught that. She's like, yeah, I can. I'm like, yeah, you can make it learn how to, like, stay and be still. It's not being mannerly. Or whatever the fuck that means. Because in order for that to be the case, they would have to understand what the fuck that concept is. And I don't think dogs can understand that. Let alone really any human social construct. Boo boo. Oi. Man, what am I gonna do with you? What am I gonna do with you? Right here. Ain't too much on two eyes, but here. Pull that one more little tune up in. Oh. Badly. Does that mean a bone? Russia is always right. YouTube flipped out perfectly. Did it? Look at the race war as the new class war. Page history of the day. American fans, Russia's never right. Russia's never right. For some reason, it cut out midsection of your grandma and it made it sound your mom is 92. My mom's 92. What the fuck? That would mean she was like in her like 60s or early 70s if she had me or something. What the oh my god. First woman at 67 to ever give birth to a kid. Are you filleting yourself, you fucking weirdo? Oh my god. Goddamn. Fucking dog. You goofy dog. Yeah. Stop it. Oh. Yeah, I only want one tune, not two. Anyway, I'll go for the rest of the evening. So, peace out. And of course, I shall see y'all in that next one. So.